And we're live. Ha ha ha. Hi, Bun. I don't think there's a Lee or a Joe here yet. I think Joe's still working. I don't know where Lee is.
I'm
Probably
here.
resting. But there is a Scott. As there should be.
Meeple Monday. I like that.
Maple Monday. And Scott, look what I found on Tabletop Simulator. It's not like perfect,
Oh.
but we could play. We could play Final Fantasy 14 while we're playing our. My phone just went tippy tap at me, and I was like, "Ooh, what's that?" Oh, right, we went live. Now, why'd that put you over there?
Do I just draw?
Yeah, just draw
Five?
5. We can also go through and
Okay.
look for them, but
Oh man.
these are
All right.
these are the FF8 visuals.
Yeah, and I actually got a pretty good
I
hand.
feel like I got I feel like I got a mediocre fan. Fan? Hello.
Fan?
Hand!
Well, I guess I'm going first.
Hello,
So
Hardwin.
let's
Hello,
have to.
Burb.
Let's start with.
Oh, new week, new biddies. Thank you, Phoenix. Hello, Midian.
New week, new biddies.
Oh, I don't know what to start with. I have no idea what you're playing with over there.
Nah, no,
There's
right?
There's no 3 open.
It's all hidden.
We're all open. Maybe I will just do something like this. That
And you.
the size doesn't quite work out nicely, but whatever.
Oh, you could like. How do we?
I'm sure we could, upscale them, but
All right. Well, it's currently red.
oh yeah, because they don't have a
They don't have the flippable
front
cards.
and back.
I feel like I want to do this somehow. I want to figure out how to program, and I want to make this work. Spent the entire day getting everything here. Oh. Sorry to hear that. Let's go. This is probably a terrible idea, but we're going to go for it.
Okay.
And then it's Well, hopefully you can distract yourself by being here.
I've captured Fujin and Raijin. That's all that matters.
Rage!
Moral victory, even if I lose.
It's fair. Oh, that's tragic. Hi, Bun. Oh, this is gonna be sad. But I think I gotta. Who's got Discord? Oh, gee. Look, if more people join the Discord thing, then Scott won't be in the wrong place. But for now, I'll move him over there. Internet got cut off today, so you're watching your phone to watch. Well, at least you're functioning. All right, I'll screw it. I'm no more him and Han. Let's just blam.
Hell is that card? Is that? I don't even know what that is.
I don't know. It looks like some sort of crazy summon type thing. Is that like one of the Ultimisia things? Maybe I don't know. It's been a long time since I played some Final Fantasy VIII. I should probably go play some more.
Yeah, it's a game I wouldn't mind playing again.
Oh, look at that sweet Phoenix.
Yeah, Phoenix is pretty good.
This is gonna be bad no matter what I do, but the hope is, eh.
Hmm.
Dislike 8 except for Triple Triad? Yeah, I know a lot of people did. I liked it.
Yeah, I think it's a great game.
But then I think that the era, like, most Final Fantasies are good. I think that, there's a. Speaking of 8, you go real 8 with that one.
Yeah.
Here, I'll help you out with that one. Oh, you got it. All right. Well, that's unfortunate. Oops. Well, fine. I'll use that one instead.
Well, I mean, that's very much worse, except that I'm going to recapture that guy anyway.
You're
with
correct.
my Bahamut. And then I win.
And Ska wins. Good job. So.
Yeah, I felt like I had a pretty good hand with Squall, Bahamut, Phoenix,
Yeah.
and then Biggs and Wedge and the Krista.
That's pretty good. I had whatever that is, and then I had Fujin Raijin. All right, what else we got here? What all have I put on here recently? Oh.
I kind of feel like that card you had, the one in the middle, that might be one of the like one of the bosses in Ultimicia's castle.
I was thinking that.
Because that's pretty much the only part of the game that I don't remember that well.
A bird. So I'm James. Lee's here the other days. But this one here, Triple Triad, it literally, well, if you're playing by base rules, it is just you play a card, and if your number is higher than the adjacent numbers, you get to flip it to your color. Yeah, no worries. There's more complicated rules that you could do, but since this is Tabletop Simulator doesn't have like scripting built in,
Yeah, and I don't
like,
think either of us want to deal with like same or
yeah,
plus.
same or
going
plus.
on pure,
We'll just go
just the
same plus open 3. The next time I do a Final Fantasy 14 stream, I'll show this in more detail because they put that in Final Fantasy 14 as well, and that is it does do all the hard stuff for you.
and I think our collections are on roughly the same level in that
Yeah,
game.
give or take. Tabletop Sim has been a minute. I agree. Let's do. Sure. Let's do this.
Oh, is this the Stardew Valley Guess Who?
Stardew Valley Guess Who, baby. I'm just like slide. Nope. I guess I'm not. Oh, interesting. Okay. A bun. How do you play Guess Who? Well, so you have one card, and this is your character. And then you go back and forth, and you just ask questions to the other person about the character. And then you get to turn cards up and down. Like, so if I say, go ahead, you can go first, Scott. What do you want to know?
I want to know if your character has facial hair.
I'm going to say no.
Okay, so then I can look at my side of the board and go to each character that has facial hair and flip them over because he said no, which means his character, the character that the hidden one that's in his hand, is not a character with facial hair.
That is. Yes. And then you just go back and forth until you want to take a guess. Technically speaking, you can take a guess at any time. There's no penalty for guessing. But if I were to guess now, I would probably be wrong, considering there's 4, 5, 6,
Yeah, it's
7,
like
8,
1
9,
out of
30,
40?
30, I think 36, it looks like. And since we each have individual
5, 6,
decks...
No, it's 10 by 4.
Is it 10 by 4?
Yeah.
It is 10 by 4, so it is 40. I miscounted. Is your character dateable?
Yes. Oh, that really narrows it down.
Good. Flip the character.
You're like, no, I have to flip over Carolyn. But yeah, that narrows it down to 12 people because there are 6 dateable males and 6 dateable females. So
It's one of those ones where if you, I'm leaving Krobus as a dateable. I don't. It's technically it's different, but
all right. Well, since you got a big first question there, I'm gonna go with something fairly specific. This is gonna be a nerdy question. You couldn't use a question like this in normal guessing.
that's how you do.
So, is your character available to talk to on spring day 1, year 1?
Ooh. No, Gadgers, you can't date Marnie. So Scott said yes, so I had to turn Marnie down with all the rest of them that you can't date. No, you cannot talk to my character day 1, spring 1.
Excellent.
That's going to narrow that down quite a bit for you.
Abigail, Alex, Carolyn, Demetrius, Elliot, Emily, Evelyn, Jody, Jazz. Just correct me if I get any of these wrong. I'm fairly confident, but pretty sure you can talk to Morris first day, right?
I think.
Yeah, because he's just hanging out in Georgia.
Hang out in Georgia. Yeah.
Pam, Vincent, Shane, Sebastian, Sam, Robin, Pierre, and Penny. Yeah, look at that.
Yes, Bun, you can talk to Jazz on day 1 of the game, which is why Scott turned them face down. So basically, all of these characters are the ones that Scott has left of characters that you cannot talk to day 1 in the game. And I'm pretty sure that's accurate. That was a good question, Scott. Particularly because the answer was no. Had the answer been yes, I would have been like, oh no. But
that was the risk. That's the thing about questions in this game is that usually the safest thing to ask is something that like splits the board 50-50. So no matter what, you're narrowing it down by a decent margin. But when you go for a specific question like that, you run the risk of either you have a high chance of getting very little information, but you also have a low chance of getting a lot of information.
Exactly. And likewise, I think it's more fun to ask questions that you really couldn't ask anywhere else, you know? Like, I could easily go, is your character female? And then it, like, cuts it in half, but that's a boring question. So instead, I'm going to go real bold, even though it's a terrible idea, and ask, does your character dislike an otherwise universal love?
I'm gonna have to check the wiki for that just to make sure I'm not giving you the wrong information, because I don't think so, but I don't want to give you the wrong answer.
That's fair. At least in my brain, I'm thinking of Haley and Penny with the prismatic shard and the rabbit's foot.
So what was the wording of the question again?
The wording was, is there an item that is normally a universal like that instead this character does not like? whether it's a dislike or a hate, either way. Like I said, as far as I'm aware on these, Haley and Penny are
yes,
the only two.
yes, there is a universal loved item that this character does not like.
Ooh.
So that's
So as far as I'm aware, that is, and I could be wrong, but I'm fairly certain it's just those two.
well, you're down to a 50-50, and I suspect two very specifically, and admittedly I'm using a little bit of sideways deduction, which I probably shouldn't.
Okay.
Because when I asked you about the facially here, you said I'm gonna say no, which sounded a little uncertain. So that kind of makes me think it's either the dwarf or Krobus.
I can see your logic there.
So I'm just gonna outright say, is the character you're holding the dwarf?
It is not.
All right. And that's the risk you take. You can try to just guess the card, and if I was right, I would have just won the game right there and then. But by failing, all I gained was the knowledge that it is not that one specific card. So it's risky.
Right. Like, guys, so I'm going to say, is your character the daughter of Pam?
No, it is not.
Oh, weird.
Is your character Krobus?
It's not Krobus.
Dang it, I was wrong.
I apologize,
All right.
but you'll understand. So is your character Haley?
Yes.
Woo.
So yeah, James wins. What was your character?
Mine was Mr. Key.
All right.
Who was the other one that I was just like, I'm pretty sure that blue. It's like I had to think for a second because I was like, that's definitely clean shaven. But then he's got blue. I don't know.
I mean, if I had the opportunity, that he was going to be my next guess.
Can you glitch to see your character day one? I'm fairly certain you could glitch to see everyone, but I don't know that for 100% certainty. And I know that Scott wouldn't be talking about glitching. I could be like, yeah, you can see everyone day one. Well,
yeah, no, or unless specified, it's within the normal
within
means of
within the
playing
normal
game.
means of playing. Normally, meeting Mr. Key requires you to get to Ginger Island and get the 100 coconuts or walnuts. You're not getting that in one day normally. Huh.
All right, and since you won the last game, I'll say
you get to go first. You can go first there, so you can kind of catch up.
Okay. Well, in that case, I'll give you a fun question to start off.
It's or get shanked. That's true.
This is another one of those high risk, high reward questions.
But they're fun.
Yep. And it's also one of the fun questions because it's related directly to the game rather than the characters themselves.
Exactly.
Does your character sell anything? And that can mean at any point in any way, like do they become a merchant or are they someone who sells you something in exchange for funds?
Okay. I will give you a bonus caveat and say that I'm not counting the shops at Calico Desert because most of them can open a stall during the Calico Egg Festival, and I honestly don't remember those, so I'm going to exclude that festival for you.
Yeah, not counting that because then it would include like almost every character because they can all potentially like open up a stall.
So excluding that festival for both of our sanities. Yes, my character. You can exchange goods for money from my character.
So again, if I flip over anything, wait,
goods and or
he
services.
sells ice cream. So yeah, let me know if I'm mistaken on any of these.
I like how now you have to question yourself.
Yeah, cause there's like with Alex,
With
I almost
Alex.
flipped him over, but then I'm like, wait, he
he
runs the ice
he
cream
does
stand.
run the ice cream stand.
And there's like specific things, and like Harvey, I almost wanted to flip him over, but he actually does sell medicine.
Usually you buy the medicine from Maru, but he can be at the counter sometimes.
Krobus definitely sells stuff. Marlon sells stuff. Mara works in the hospital, so she does sell stuff.
Marnie supposedly sells stuff.
And Morris runs JoJo but doesn't actually do the selling of anything.
For your own safety, because you don't do this, Morris specifically is the one that you buy Joja Route production
yeah,
through.
that's true. I hadn't thought about that. That. So overall, that's still pretty good.
Yeah, that's still a very, very good question. Yeah, technically there's also rescue services, but I don't think I count rescue services either, because I feel like most characters can find you in rescue services.
Yeah. And if you're talking about buying back the stuff that you lost, that's through Marlin, which is still
there's that
anyway,
too.
because he sells you weapons and things.
For a brief moment, I was debating if the wizard counted or not, but I guess he sets up the shop, but you buy it through the totem. So
yeah, it's all like the stuff in his basement and things.
Let's see. Thought it was Clint that ran the ice cream stand. Nah, Alex runs the ice cream stand, and Haley likes to go and window shop. Let's see. Ooh, let's get a good. I want to get another good fun one. Hello. Oh goodness. Let's do is Bun says hi.
Hi, Bun.
Oh.
Question, but you probably don't like it.
I already asked that on the previous one.
I don't think you're thinking of the question.
Okay. Is your character in a relationship with someone?
No. Again, immediately flipping over Caroline.
I was so sad. Boop, boop, boop. I don't think we have any idea about those three.
I will say I think the governor does specifically reference having a wife back home. Because he talks about like, oh, my wife and I want to set up a summer home in the valley.
And I think, yeah. Oh, and yeah. Oh, and yeah. Okay. Not a terrible question, but
look, Pam's in a relationship with
Booze. Same with Shane. And look, Marlon and Gil might have something going on. It's hard to.
All right, let's see. Can I come up with another fun question, or do I have to?
And since I knew we were doing tabletop simulator stuff tonight, I got Chinese food because I was just like, you know what?
Let's see. I might have to do a boring question if I can't come up with anything good here.
I know, I was thinking the same thing. Hey, does your character have a birthday in spring? I'd have to pull up the wiki.
Yeah, I think we'd have to do a lot of sudden wiki research for something like that.
Well, to be fair, I guess. Well, yeah, no. On the answerer side, it would be a little bit of research. I could get a quick yes or no on that, but then you'd have to go through.
Bun, I can see chat. It's the funny thing is I I actually only happened to look down and see that question. I haven't really been paying much attention to chat, but it's a good thing to point out is that nobody should make specific references to James's card in the chat because I can see it, and that could potentially spoil it for me.
Spoilers. The freak? Oh,
Uh,
there's a shrimp.
jeez, I
I know.
My question was,
does your character wear anything on their face? So specifically, we're talking about like glasses and or eye patch
On their
in this case.
face, I'm going to say no.
Okay.
Scott, it's the Magic Bear in the Secret Woods. Hi, Lee.
All right, I think that's everybody there.
Okay. Alea's question is your character's portrait at least 50% hat? And I kind of just like that question. Is your character wearing some form of headwear?
Some form of headwear.
Which is basically hats and then jazz with her bow.
Okay. Yes, they are.
Oh, okay.
That should narrow it down a fair amount.
Oh, there's sounds in there.
Yep. It was almost like words. Not quite though. Let's see.
Shrimp. Yeah, I know. It's just a big fluffy shrimp.
I can't think of a good question, so I'll go to one of the old standbys of well, actually, with two of the characters here, that would be we'll go with does your character spend at least 99% of their time indoors / underground? And so that's basically
Yeah.
referencing Krobus, Mr. Q, the dwarf, and Sandy.
Yeah. Then I will definitely say yes. I'd argue. Oh, well, I was gonna say I'd argue Gunther as well, but he's on my side, not yours.
Yeah, I don't have
And same
Gunther
with
here.
Gil, and the Wizard. Even like, I could ask the same question. I've got the Wizard, Sandy, Gunther, Gil, Bouncer. I actually can't ask that question because it would just be Jazz and Willie that would say no from that. Huh.
Yeah.
All right. Um. Not my actual question, but Scott, is our character the same character?
That
There is a chance.
the funny thing is I was just thinking about that. I'm like, since we're both drawing from separate decks, that can happen.
It can happen. And of three of the four characters you still have on your board are still on my board as well. So so then wow, I was going to ask a question, but again I realize it's the same problem. Um can you build a relationship with your character? Because some of the ones on my side don't have a
That's
friendship meter at all.
true. Yes, you can. At first, I was confused about that question, but then I'm like, oh yeah, with like Gil and Gunther, yeah, there are a few characters that you can't even
Mm-hmm.
build a friendship with. All right. Um, all right, I'm gonna go straight up 50-50 here so that I can narrow it down a little better either way.
I like it.
Does your character have a blood feud with another character in Stardew Valley?
Why, yes, they do.
You don't say.
I do say. Huh.
I also thought it was a fun question, so
This is a fun question. Bun's like, wait, what? Oh yeah, it's a whole thing.
yeah, the dwarves and the shadow people
Yeah, that is
used
a.
to be at war, and there's lots of bad blood between their races and everything. There's a scene where they like want to throw down and fight each other, and you basically have to break them up.
Scott's down to a 50-50, so I either have to take a wild guess or hope he gets the 50-50 wrong. I think I like asking questions more. It's funnier that way. Let's see.
Also, I think it's really funny that last game I was like, I'm pretty sure you have either the dwarf or Krobus. This time,
You're
you
down to
definitely have either the dwarf or Krobus.
Uh-huh. Oh, so hey, lyrics. Let's see. I'm gonna go with. I'm just gonna go for a relatively simple one and say, on average, does your character participate in all of the festivals?
Yes.
Boop, boop. Oh, so we don't have the same character. Dang.
No, we don't.
Stardew, guess who? Yeah.
All right, so I'm gonna take that 50-50 shot.
Oh boy.
And even if I'm wrong, there's a 50-50 chance I still win. So I'm gonna go with, is your character Probus?
No.
Oh, I was thinking dwarf real hard, but then I was like, nah.
It's gotta be Krobus. For Bun's sake, is your character Jazz?
No.
Oh!
So is your character the dwarf?
That character is the dwarf. Look at that.
Yeah, my character's Willie.
Oh, it's good times.
But as soon as you were like, do we have the same character? And like Willie had just been flipped down on my side, so I was like, it's totally possible.
I did legitimately ask, or think to ask, is there a chance that we
Yeah.
still have the same character? Because obviously you wouldn't know
I was wrong. They
if
weren't
we
the
were
same
there, if we had
character.
the same one or not, but you could have known if we definitely didn't.
Yeah. But I knew we didn't because I knew you didn't have Willie.
Yeah.
And so I was like, you never know.
Nah, Gadrius, you were wrong. They weren't the same character.
Don't touch Willie. That's
Ah!
good advice.
There's Joe.
Hi.
Hi! I'm going to do one more.
One more?
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
Joe's
we're
getting
doing
all launched
Stardew
on up.
Valley Guess Who. It's actually pretty fun.
And there's a Wild Joe appeared. Yeah. All right. I'm going to go. I kind of want to go stupid.
It's the bear.
Oh, it's not the bear. I
Ah,
need them to add more cards to this now, because like the bear's not here, and Leo's not here. The raccoons aren't here. Also, hi Lee.
Hey.
Is that guy?
No.
All right, Scott. Is your character a parent?
Apparently, what?
Hi. Does your character have a child?
No, I'm Lee,
Um,
and I'm not a parent.
I will have to get back to you on that. Hold on.
It's like, let me quickly do research.
At least as far as we know.
I hope you don't need to do research to determine if you're a father or not.
Well, that's what Maury's for.
Yes, they have a child.
Ooh. I have no idea, but I would sure hope not. I feel like Lewis has got to have a kid. But I'm only marking down the ones that I know for sure aren't. Because, like, the dwarf could have a child. I don't know. I don't know their full story. Mr. Key could have a child. Just because we never see him in game doesn't mean they don't have him.
Someone's next question: Could your character possibly have an illegitimate child somewhere?
So like I've got a couple of them on here that I'm like technically speaking, I don't think we ever talk about Evelyn and George's kids, but we know that they have to have a kid because they have a grandson. So clearly there's a kid in there somewhere. And then characters like the dwarf and Krobus, I don't know if we ever specifically mention, but I don't feel like going to do the research to find out. So I've got all of these characters here are either a yes or maybe. It still narrowed it down more than enough. Did I flip the wizard or Pierre? No, I did not, because it's a question mark. One of them may have a child.
The wizard definitely has a child.
And Pierre
Definitely Abigail.
And Pierre wouldn't if that was true. Ooh. Although you could argue that she's still his child. She's still his child, even if they're not blood related.
Yeah.
Right? Adopted family or stepdad who stepped up, that still counts as family. Shut up.
Maybe your father, but he ain't your daddy.
I mean, yeah. Blood only matters so much, all right?
May have to start using repeat questions at this point because it's like I feel like we've exhausted. A lot of the viable ones.
There's plenty of great questions.
I mean, I can also still use other generic questions, but I'm not coming up with any really good ones. Well, let's go this way because this is a potentially interesting question, although it might be a little difficult. I'll allow you to veto this question on the grounds that it might be a little vague, depending on how you take it.
Okay.
So I'm going to ask, does your character... is your character known to regularly spend time at the saloon?
Yes.
Okay. So,
I'm not gonna.
and that was definitive. So obviously, and I say regularly because like Abigail, Sam, and Sebastian occasionally.
They go like on Fridays.
Regularly. Yeah, it's not a regular thing.
There are some characters who are there nearly every day.
It's me. I'm still playing Joja Kart.
Yeah. Me too. Whee.
And this was one of those high risk, high reward questions where it's like that does narrow it down to a pretty small number of people, but that also meant there was a high chance that the response was just going to be no, and I'd be flipping over very few people.
But those are still fun questions, and I like fun
Yeah.
questions. And I like how you get to keep Gus on the up because he spends a lot of time at the bar.
Yeah, and same with Emily. It's like she doesn't go there to drink, but she works there. She's there almost every day.
It's true.
There's a couple here that are kind of question marks, like Lewis is there sometimes, Willie's there sometimes, but I'm going to leave them up because it's a little bit of a question mark.
Okay.
Elliot's kind of the same. He's there sometimes, but I think it's enough that I'll count it as regularly.
All right. I will say that let's little bit of broad strokes, whether it's shown in game or implied by their personality. Would your character get into a fight with a person or a monster?
Oh boy. I'm gonna say no.
Okay. So, like, the bouncer clearly
Yeah, I
would.
mean, the bouncer's there to fight, right?
The dwarf and Krobus, that's
Yep,
their whole
those
thing.
two.
Gil and Marlin, they're literally in the monster
they're-
slaying Gil.
they're adventurers,
Morris
yeah.
and Pierre literally have a fist fight. Kent was in the war.
Uh-huh.
Question mark on the wizard, maybe. I think Pam would, but technically speaking, well, and I guess Mr. Key does like murder you if you try to cheat your way into. And I feel like George would bust a cap if he could.
He would probably throw down.
I wouldn't be within arm's length of George for a variety of reasons,
know,
but also that one.
All right, I think that's good enough.
All right.
Yeah, that's true. Mr. Key stabs you.
He does. He stabs you. I guess the wizard does stop Krobus of the dwarf. So you know what? Sure, I'll count that. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
So, I will go with. I know you used this question much earlier, but it's a very different board state, so we'll just go
True.
with: is your character dateable?
No.
And obviously, to clarify, that's in the context of from the player's perspective. And,
Sure.
and you date the character.
I want to say something so bad.
The dwarf isn't anybody's fetish, I guess.
Well, I mean, look,
Sorry, bun.
Scott, you'll understand later. But
I'm sure I will.
I will say you did just flip my character, so I think there was a mistake in there.
Okay, hold
Well,
on.
not necessarily just, but oh, I'm trying to remember the board state.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember who else I flipped over. I had flipped over Marnie and Lewis, which I feel like those are that you definitely can't
You
date
definitely
them.
can't date.
I had flipped over Clint, which I don't think he's a date. Hold on, let me double check. Unfortunately, this does spoil it for me if I was wrong.
Wait, I'm sorry. Hold on.
Clint
Did you asked
is
if they were
not
dateable, and I said no, right? I think that's what happened. I think you flipped them backwards.
Oh, I literally got it backwards.
Yeah, I think you got it backwards there, which is a little
Oh,
unfortunate.
jeez, hold on. Okay. Who else did I have? I don't think I had any of them up.
Do you have Control Z for card flips?
Quick, someone clip it. His board state was there 30 seconds ago.
I think I had Willie there. Yeah, that's true. I could just rewind the VOD and be like, what was
Well,
my board
you
state?
can't rewind the.
Oh, that's true, because that would tell me what. Look, is anyone willing to look back and tell me who I had? I know it was at least these people, but I think there were a couple more. And then I'm gonna go. You said no, and for some reason, I took that as a yes, I suppose. So I'll flip over these four, which are the four it actually rules out. But I think I had like at least one or two more flipped over. So if anyone,
I'll say that your board state is currently fine.
but if
So
anyone
how's
else
that?
can correct me and say, was there anything else still flipped over? Let me know.
Because
Otherwise, we'll have to move forward as is.
your question was, is your character dateable? My answer was no, and you were like, well, from the player's perspective, you didn't need to put that caveat. My character's not dateable. I'm gonna give. This is literally a terrible answer, a terrible question, but it's a me question. Am I mad that your character is not dateable?
Um,
That is a very specific question.
I'm gonna say no, but with a caveat that this is going to be funny when I reveal it because we'll get to that when we get there.
All right, let it be the governor. I'll be like, man, you should be dateable. That's the big one, but I'll also just like, I think those are also on the list for me anyway. Although this is a close one too, if I'm being honest. Honestly, even Gus. Like I feel like some of these characters deserve.
And to be fair, that's why I'm like the answer is no, but it's like kind of a funny gray area because I will say my character is someone who could have potentially been argued. I just don't think that I didn't think you were. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're not necessarily on your list like Caroline, obviously.
Right. Caroline is top of the list. I think Robin is also fairly high on my list. I would date Sandy if I could. Like, I don't think I would personally date Linus or Gus or Gunther, but I could see people being like, yeah, give me those options. And there's a YouTuber that Alea watches that would absolutely date Gus if she could.
All right. I'm gonna reuse one of my old questions. Just very simple. Does your character have facial hair?
Yes. Let's see. No. Wow, your characters are all the wizened elders, except for him. Let's see. Does your character live in the same building as someone else?
Yes.
Lewis is alone. Governor is question mark. Gunther is alone. Gus is alone. Demetrius.
I'm gonna give you the governor because again, I do believe he specifically references his wife and him wanting to have a summer home there. So I think it's safe to say that he does live with someone else.
Okay. So yes. Lives next door. Alone. Okay. Hello, Gadrius. You're back. Oh yeah, I agree.
All right. I think I'm just gonna start taking shots.
Willie does
'cause I
live
only have
alone.
3 left. So I'm just gonna ask. I mean, you said definitively your character is not dateable. So I'm gonna go. I mean, that's it could potentially be said of any of these three, but very specifically, depending on your perspective, one of these characters stands out higher than the others, but for different reasons.
Oh,
Like
of course.
I could see you saying that angrily about Lewis because he's a piece of crap and he's just a slimy scumbag, but I could also see you definitively saying that about Clint because he's just so awkward and has no idea what he's doing and
Relatable.
so because it's you specifically, James, and because you said it very fervently, I'm going to say, is your character Lewis?
Oh, it is not.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, that means I gotta go bold here.
Yeah, you might have to start taking shots.
Was
I mean,
that a hint, Scott? Was that a hint?
Shots.
Is your character Pam?
is that your final question?
Yes, it's gonna be my guess.
It is not Pam.
I didn't think so. I had to chance it.
Is your character? I'm gonna feel real bad if the whole thing about you being like this character's definitely not dateable, and then I'd like guess both of the wrong characters. But I'm gonna say is your character Clint.
My character is Clint.
Okay.
Not dateable and spends all his time at the bar.
And with my character, it was funny because you were like, "Oh yeah, should your character be dateable?" And am I mad about it? And it's like, well, you remember who you hovered over very generously when you were talking about it?
Yeah. Lee, look, Lee said it before. We'd date Evelyn if we could.
Yep, and that's why I was like, I'm gonna say no, but it's a really thin line.
Oh no,
'cause-
that's very fair. If there was a true homewrecker mod, Evelyn's not safe. Or I say that sounds wrong saying it that way, but you know what I mean. Good times.
I do enjoy
Oops.
Stardew Valley. Guess who?
Yes. So any type of Guess Who that is, any type of Guess Who that is away from the standard version, because the standard Guess Who is a great way for like kids to start learning to like differentiate from the pictures. But once you do a Guess Who that's like themed where you can ask silly questions, like I saw one where they were like, take your Guess Who and replace all of the characters with people in your friends and family group. Then you get to ask real fun questions like, did your character get drunk at a wedding and make a fool of themselves?
Yeah, it just adds an extra dimension to the game because with standard Guess Who, none of those characters have actual personalities or
Right.
histories or pasts or interactions that you know of. So all you can do is talk about them
Physical.
based on their physical appearances and their the qualities of their face, their hair, things like that.
Mhm.
But when it's based on something, then you get that whole world opens up of being able to ask different kinds of questions.
And James's question is a bit flawed because you ask, who got drunk at the last wedding, and you say yes, and then no one gets flipped over.
No
and you
one
go,
gets Yeah, well. Yeah, but they're all furniture. Can your character fit 7 changes of clothes? Yeah. Perfect. Likewise, we have one on here that it's just a bunch of Pokemon, and then you get to ask fun questions like, is this Pokemon weak to Psychic, or all sorts of fun additional questions you could do, and you could do it with like, pick your favorite anime, your favorite video game, whatever, and there's all sorts of fun stuff you could do with that.
Oh yeah, and when you had asked if my character had a child, the only reason I had to look it up for Evelyn was because I couldn't remember if Alex was like their. For some reason, I thought he was like their nephew or something. and I couldn't remember if he was actually their grandchild or their nephew. So that's what I was looking up. I was like, wait, was what relationship was he to them?
You know what? That's perfectly fair. She has everyone call her granny, so I guess
Yeah.
just because he calls her granny and lives with them doesn't mean they're related necessarily.
And there are
That way.
no other specific references, at least that I can remember, about their children. So it's like it's just Alex. He's like the only link to prove that they have children.
All right. So is Joe and or Lee joining as well, or just here to hang out?
I can join depending on what we're doing.
Honestly, I'm probably just putting around today.
Hanging out and chatting. That's fine. That's perfectly fine. Let's see. What do we got then? We could do like code words or love letter or skulls. Yeah, see, Pokemon gets you right there.
We could cut wires.
We could cut wires. It's true. We got cockroach poker. He's a frog. I got Dragon Dice in here. I don't know how to play it yet, Scott, but I got Dragon Dice in here. Just for you.
If it weren't for the fact that it would take us time to set up armies and stuff, I would be like, let's go.
Yeah.
My eye is immediately drawn to Connect 1.
Yes. Oh, I missed.
It's morbid time.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
I have no idea how that happened. Oh, wait, it says my piece is in there, but it's like in the wrong.
Oh,
It actually
what?
pushed your piece collided with my piece and then like fell over.
Huh.
Who would have guessed that Connect 1 doesn't work properly?
I'm trying to think of what we can do 3-player, but
Yeah, that's on here for memes. Let's see. Captains of Industry is on here. Galaxy Trucker, Puerto Rico. There's plenty of games on here that we could like learn at some point. I don't know if anyone's in the mood to learn a big thing.
yeah, that might not be the most fun thing for people to watch.
True.
I think it's better if we pick a game that we know.
I will say at least in my opinion, it's on the fence, right? Because some people would be like, hey, if we learn how to play, then we can understand what's going on. Sabotage the wires.
So I would like to point out I got that piece like pretty much dead on.
It's still not going in.
I think it's just designed to be frustrating.
Let's see. Oh, a civilization. Code names would be great, but we would. It'd be better with a 4. Wavelength is a fun one. Medium.
Oh, Ascension would be fun, but I don't think.
Oh, we got Not Alone. Yeah, see, I got Clue. I have Pokemon booster packs. I see, I got the Stardew Valley board game ready to go.
Trivial Pursuit World of Warcraft.
It's in here just for you, Lee. I'd do it. I'd be terrible at it, but I'd do it.
How late do they go? When was that game released? How many expansions do they have?
I'm gonna Google this.
It was posted December 22nd, 2020. It does not specify beyond that on here. So you'd have to look. You'd have to Google it. I'm pretty sure I remember hearing that it's at least a set or 2 back. Because there's there's at least one question in there that's like, which of these 4 classes is not playable, and it's 4 very playable classes.
Oh no!
So it's in the way back machine.
It's
then.
yeah. Well, it's
Yeah.
at the time the answer on the card was supposed to be Demon Hunter.
Yeah.
Oh, Whoops.
So it's. I know that this Trivial Pursuit is from a time pre-Demon Hunter playable. Yeah, we're on top of the tables.
It says 2013
So
was when it got released.
man, they got
Oh
good.
yeah, that is
That's some chunky.
that's early days.
See, I've got all of the WoW TCG. All of the WoW TCG. Concept. Not a
So
lot
that
of
would be
them
Mists of
jam.
Pandaria and backwards. Warlords of Draenor had not come out yet.
Okay.
So none of us played Mists of Pandaria, so if there's any questions of that, we're all screwed. But
Yeah, that would definitely be
What's funny
hard
is
for me. Anything before that, I'd probably be
Mists of
okay.
I
Mists of Pandaria
started
came out
in
late
Cataclysm, which would be a
2014.
problem.
Late 2012, so it could be okay.
But I think it'd be funny to be like, you guys have all the old school knowledge, and I have some of the new school knowledge. I'm gonna try to get a wedge, and I'll be happy about it. Let me double check which one this is. Is this? Whoa. That just. This is.
Also,
what
there's
am I
surprisingly. Do you
looking
want to know how many expansions there currently are in existence? Not counting the base game.
In World of Warcraft or just
Yeah.
in general? Expansions to any game at any
Yeah.
time, anywhere.
Yes. Oh,
Yeah, you know all the expansions? List all expansions then.
Well, I'm gonna see how many I can get. I'm bound to miss a few.
Okay.
Obviously there's vanilla. There's I gotta remember like the actual names. Like there's Outlands. I don't think it was called Outlands, but it was.
It was not. Actually, several expansions take place in the Outlands, so putting that out there.
Sure. It was called like Burning Crusade.
Yep.
I
that was the
I
first
rem
one.
I remembered BC and I was like, what did BC stand for? It's Burning Crusade. And then there was Wrath of the Lich King, obviously, best expansion.
Best expansion, yes, agreed.
And then there was Cataclysm.
Yep.
Then there was Pandera.
Mhm.
And then this is where I'm going to start naming ones that I know, and the orders are probably going to be scuffed.
That's fine.
There was Legion.
Mm-hmm.
There was. I don't remember the name of it, but it was like the Warlords of Draenor, I think it was, actually.
Yep.
Well, Draenor is correct. Yep. That's
yeah.
actually the one that comes after Mists, but before Legion.
Okay, yeah, I assumed that order was going to be wrong. Yeah, and then Legion. There's Shadowlands, but I feel like there was one before Shadowlands. The one after Shadowlands is Dragonflight.
Yep. Shadowlands, Dragonflight, correct. There's one before Shadowlands.
Uh,
And Dragonflight is the most recent expansion, so.
yeah, well, they're coming out with a new one next month
Yeah, the War Within.
where they go underground.
Ooh.
But this last one,
It's between Legion and Shadowlands.
I want to say I'm trying to remember if Warlords of Draenor was the timey-wimey one, or if the one I'm forgetting is the timey-wimey one.
I did actually play a bit of Warlords of Draenor because I come back after Mists of Pandaria to try it out, and that permanently got me like, okay, I'm done with this game permanently. But Warlords of Draenor you're going back to the Outlands, only it's an alternate universe where yours didn't get corrupted.
Okay, so I'm definitely missing one in there. And I don't know if I would. Once I hear it, I'm going to be like, oh, yeah, that one. But it's like right in that middle zone of I haven't played in many, many years. I got the early ones, I got the later ones. There's someone in the middle that I'm not sure what it is.
It was Battle for Azeroth.
Battle for yep. I knew there was one because I was like, there's an expansion that gave some of the like additional like troll races and some other things, and I think it was the one that happened before Shadowlands, but I don't remember which one it was. It was that one.
I will say that if we're not counting the base game as an expansion, and we're starting with like the first one is Burning Crusade, then the War Within will be the 10th expansion.
And it's the first of a planned
trio.
3 set. Yeah.
Yep. Apparently there's Midnight, and the last Titan will be the 12th. So yeah,
Still kicking.
I'm surprised you are, but yeah, but I'm good. I've since long checked out of that game. I mean, it may be interesting to pop back in because there's a lot of crazy stuff in there, but I'm like, at this point, it's too much to catch up. And one of the main reasons I quit was because nobody else I knew played. So,
I mean, I picked it back up for a month or two
yeah,
in Dragonflight. Yeah. And yeah, it was mostly it was several things. One, I just don't have time to play MMOs anymore. Two, I don't have the money to pay for a subscription video game anymore.
Yeah.
And three, I also didn't know anyone who played anymore. So I just did. They have the ability to do solo arenas, which is as interesting and potentially frustrating as you'd imagine it being. So I did that for a little while, and then I was just like, yeah, all right, I've accomplished what I needed.
Also, can you invite me again? Oh, never mind. I found the thing. I found the thing.
I can always start FF14. Well, again, time, and then subscription fee money that I don't want to pay for, and then also just on top of all of that, FF14 just didn't mesh with me stylistically. It's like it's definitely a me thing. A lot of people enjoy it, obviously, because it's like the most popular game in the world right now. But the Square Enix aesthetic style from like 10 onward, I've never been a big fan of.
I don't think you would enjoy the gameplay either. The gameplay is very simplistic and very stilted compared to how fluid like World of Warcraft and Guild Wars 2 are, and games in that vein. So I don't think you'd really enjoy it.
Yeah, that's actually what's been getting me down in 14 lately is I just don't really enjoy the gameplay that much anymore. And there are still things about it that I enjoy, so I'm not giving up on it right now. It's just I wish the gameplay was a little different.
For me, it's like the lore and the aesthetics are good, but I'll admit, like, if I'm really jonesing to play like an action-based RPG, I'll play Guild Wars 2, which also doesn't have a subscription. But I play FF14 because again, I know other people who play it, so I have people to play with, and at this point, I like keeping up with it. I don't know how much longer I'll keep playing it now that I'm caught up, but it is what it is.
Games like that, like first and foremost, they need to have a good PvP scene. That's
Yeah.
the way to keep me interested.
I mean, Final Fantasy 14 does have PvP. Would not consider it good, but
See, that's the trick.
yeah.
Well, having not played a whole lot of it, I couldn't tell you if it was good or not. I know there's multiple types of PvP in there.
I mean, there's front lines, and then which has like a couple different kinds of maps, and then there's rival wings and crystalline conflict. But the thing is, all of them they do different things or different mechanics, I guess, but nothing that's like dramatically shifts things in a manner that I think would make Lee interested. Yeah, I do frontlines every day, but that's because they give because you do the roulette and it gives a massive XP bonus for any class, even if it's not the one you're playing. So generally, frontlines is worth doing just as your daily roulette anyway. So I do the PvP, but again, it's a mess. It's a 3v3, and last night, for example, it just was a 2v1 all match, even though we were getting beaten down. Like the team, one team was clearly winning, and the other team simply kept going for us anyway, and it was just that one team was making our experience absolutely awful. So yeah.
Alright, well, we should probably start pokering the cockroaches.
I agree.
Well, then, Joe, draw your hand, and Scott, you got the extra card, so you can start it.
Oh, how?
Alright.
Oh.
That'll work.
Then I
That'll
guess
work.
I'll start with... James,
Ah,
that's a fly.
I believe you, but I want to look. Joe,
Yeah,
I was right to believe him. It is a fly.
I'm gonna say it is a fly. Yes, it was.
Scott, I give you a fly back.
I'm sorry, what did you say it was?
I will give you your own fly.
Uh, I don't believe you. You were telling the truth.
Of course I was telling the truth. I'm a truth teller.
Thank you for the fly. Now we match.
Yay, matchy.
Matchy matchy.
I would like to return the favor by giving you a spoder.
A spoder? The fact that Scott got that out of his hand as his second card makes me really believe it. Plus, if I say yes and it is a spider, it goes back to him. So I'm going to say yes, it's a spider.
Dang it.
Now Scott's got to live with that.
How about
Wonder how good
I
Mahjong is in
give
TTS?
you a spoder?
That I'm gonna say that is a spider.
Oh,
You
Scott.
guys are rude.
I'm sorry, Scott.
But what if I gave you a fwog?
I instantly believe him. No one would lie about fwogs.
I agree.
No one
but
would
I'm
ever
gonna
lie
look.
about
But I'm
flaws.
gonna look at it because I want Scott to have a chance to rest for a minute.
It's like, please.
Yeah,
save
look,
me.
I just got stuck with 2 spiders. I don't like it.
I was gonna say, Joe, Scott was being spicy with that frog because it was another spider.
Seriously?
Mm-hmm. Because he was thinking I was gonna be like, of course it's a frog, and then flip it up, and then I'd have
I
the spider
think
instead of him.
that. So do I think it's a frog or do I think it's a spider?
It doesn't matter if you
I
Spider
think-
frog.
I think you're right. It is a spider. There's a
It's a
frog.
fwog.
I told you he wouldn't lie about it.
But James,
James, I didn't say if he would lie about it or
This
not. He's a wild
is
card.
a frog.
I believe you.
Why though?
He lied about fwog.
I did lie about frog.
That's unacceptable. Scott, it's a frog.
I believe you.
Yeah, because you can't lie about frogs. So, now that you understand how this works, Joe, that's a frog.
All right.
And then he just looked at the card. He just...
Hey Scott,
Yeah.
it's a frog.
See, but now I'm torn because normally I'd say, well, James was telling the truth about fwog. But it could be that he was trying to teach Joe a lesson by giving him a taste of his own medicine and lying about a fwog to get back at him.
Also, yes, but I did see about the Mahjong Souls. Sadly, my phone is very full, but I can look into that on the PC stuff later.
I'm gonna say it's a fwog.
Dang it. Hey James,
Huh?
this is not a frog.
Okay.
What it is
I believe you.
a scorpion.
Ooh,
Yeah, like you're like, don't even finish. I believe you.
scorpion, you say? There's no scorpions on the table, so I want to believe you because I feel like that's an odd one to just to just come out of nowhere with a lie about, so I'm going to believe you.
But James.
Yeah.
James.
Hi.
Mr. Jameson.
Hello, Mr.
Hey,
Joe.
Scott. This is a flog.
But see, Joe isn't to be trusted with Flaug. Especially when he's already got 2 of them in front of him. So... Oh, but then if I say it's not a Flaug and it is, it's going to feel real bad, because then he gets away with giving away a Flaug.
Such is the dangers of cockroach poker.
I'm going to say... Oh. And then it occurs to me that either this is a frog or it's a spider.
The question is, Joe said it's a frog. Has he learned his lesson?
Yeah, that's the trick. I'm gonna say it's a frog.
Damn!
Aha! He
At
did
least-
learn his lesson, and I
at
punished
least-
him for it.
Well, that's fair. But at least he knows he can't lie about frogs.
Scott!
Yeah.
This is a scorpion.
No, it's not.
Scott! This is a scorpion.
No, it's not.
Scott! This is a scorpion.
Oh, is it the third one?
Joe, if nothing, I admire the tenacity.
I agree.
No, it's not.
Ah,
I had a feeling it was the third one, but I kind of wanted to keep
You had
it going if it wasn't.
I had to
The
give it a
rule
shot.
of threes.
Hey, Joe,
Yeah?
this is a scorpion.
Oh man,
Mm.
the mind games.
You know what? I think you wouldn't lie about frog, but you would lie about scorpion. This is not a scorpion.
It's a scorpion.
But you know what? This, James.
Ah, I was enjoying not having to deal with this.
I'm sure you were.
What'd you
It's
claim
just
this was?
so many scorpions.
He said scorpion.
Oh, he said scorpion
Yes.
again? All right. Well, I don't mind looking at that to figure out what's going on because I don't trust nobody about nothing. Scott, it's a spider.
For better or for worse, I'm gonna say I believe you because I don't want a spider. Oh,
Did you want a scorpion?
I need bats. Yeah, there's no bats. There's no rats. There's no... Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7... Yeah, bats and rats are the only thing we have nothing on.
James,
Eh?
this is a cockroach.
I was going to say, whatever he says, I'm going to believe him, unless he says it's a cockroach or a fly, and then I'm going to be unsure. Oh, Joe,
Yeah?
it is a cockroach.
It is a cockroach.
It is a cockroach.
I believe it was cockroach.
Ah, dang. Scott's a legitimate.
La
Yeah.
cucaracha.
Let's see.
I don't think I've lied about anything yet.
Yeah. Well, then, Scott, in honor of not lying, it's a flying.
I'm gonna look at it.
Okay.
Hey, Joe,
Yeah?
it's a fly.
I'm gonna say it's not a fly. Okay. You know, we don't have a whole lot of stink bugs here, so Scott, this is a stink bug.
I think you might actually be telling the truth, but I'm gonna look at it. I've been swindled.
And hoodwinked?
It's a scorpion.
Bamboozled even.
Ooh. Flim-flammed. I think that it is not a scorpion.
I tell the truth.
I know you did, but I was afraid it was a cockroach.
And that's what I figured you would think.
Let's put out. I don't want to play anything. I don't like none of this. Second verse, same as the first. Scott, it's a fly.
Well, we each have one fly. You know what? I believe you. Oh, horrible! Just how could you?
I'm so sorry.
Betrayal.
I'm so sorry. No, it was a scorpion. No bees.
Gee. Well, you know what? This is a frog.
On principle, I have to believe you.
It is a frog.
I know that the correct choice is to take it and pass it on, but I had to believe you.
This is a rat.
They do exist.
They do exist.
It's a Santa,
Would like to take you for your word.
but I'm not
Because
going
Ronnie
to.
wants to look. But I believe you. You know what? I believe you. Alright.
Alright.
The dangers of being too
James.
truthful, Scott.
Also believe that I have a rat.
I do, but I'm going to look at it because I want to give Joe the rat.
So what is it, James?
It's a rat. What, you think Scott's going to suddenly start lying out of nowhere?
I believe you. It's a rat.
Oh, dang. Oh, let's see. Joe is a scorpion.
Oh. That's scary.
I know.
That's scary. Hey, Scott.
Yeah.
It was not indeed a scorpion. It was actually a spider.
I don't like the idea of being stuck with a spider, but it'd be even worse if it actually was a scorpion. Not to mention, there's the possibility that it was a frog, and James, out of necessity, had to lie about a frog. So I'm gonna say it's not a spider.
It was
Well, dang it.
Scott, there are so many cards left. There is no necessity about lying about frogs.
Oh, I just meant that he's got 3 of them.
I'll lie
do
about
have
something
freedom.
else and let him get hit with the frog anyway.
What about a bat?
What about a bat? I fully believe you, but I'm going to look at it. Joe,
Yes?
Scott tells nothing but truths is a bat.
You know what? I'm gonna believe you. It's a bat.
Okay.
For the record, I do have the stream on, but I put the tablet off to the side to make sure I wasn't cheating. So.
No worries. I believe you. In this case. Hey, Joe.
Yeah?
It's the second bat.
Hmm.
Huh.
Huh.
Huh?
Huh.
Huh.
Do I? You know, I'm going to trust you. I'm gonna say it's a bat. Hey.
Well, how about that? Hey, Scott.
Yeah.
It's a third bat.
It makes me really want to say that I believe you and just pin it back on you. But I've got 2-3 stacks here. And there's just too many opportunities for this to be a disaster for me. So, I'm gonna say no, it's not. Okay.
It's
I'd
just
rather end up with a bat than, potentially lose the game.
It's true.
Um,
I believe you.
this
I?
is a stink bug.
Ooh.
You've been honest so far. I'm gonna believe it's a stink bug.
But would you believe?
And
that
life after
this-
love?
This is a fly.
So you changed up your tune. But I'm gonna say you haven't lied so far, so this is a fly.
One of these days you could pick up the card.
I could.
um, hmm.
I'm waiting for Scott to lie one time and it be a flog that kills Joe. And it would be the most tragic ending. I wouldn't know what to believe in anymore.
Hey Joe,
Yeah?
this is another bat.
You know what? Rule of threes, I have to check. Hey James?
Mhm.
He's telling the truth, it is really a bat.
Of course he is.
Dang it.
I'm a legitimate businessman.
He's a legitimate businessman.
I feel like Lee can get behind this.
I appreciate it greatly.
Hey James,
Yes.
this is a stink bug.
Well, I don't want that. So I'm going to look at it just so that I can pass it over to Scott. Scott, it's a rat. I don't know where he got stink bug. They really don't look anything alike.
A rat, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Was it a cat I saw? Was it a rat I saw?
Was it a bat I saw?
I don't believe you.
Well, dang. Hello, Mediana. Dropping by, can't stay. I understand. Alright, well. This time, Scott, it is truly a rat. And I can say that with confidence because it was my card.
Wait, what do you say it was?
A rat.
Okay.
James did indeed hand me a rat.
I'm gonna believe you, it is a rat. You can't blame me for not looking at the card because I didn't have a choice
Yeah,
that
you
time.
couldn't that time. That's fine. James,
Hello.
this here is a stink bug.
Again, I want to believe you. I do believe you. But I'm going to hand this to Joe. It is indeed a stink bug.
I'm gonna say it is a stink bug. See, Scott keeps doing the honest thing, which only goes so far. At some point,
Oh,
you
it'll-
gotta break, and I'm
Oh.
waiting for you to break.
Look, it's
You'll
fun
see.
building tension because you know that at some point I
Right.
can't be 100% honest in a bluffing game.
It's true.
That sounds like quitter talk to me.
Now, I will say that if I just start handing cards to Joe, then we don't have to worry about what Scott thinks the card is. So, Joe, you go ahead and have this rat.
It's a rat?
It's a rat.
No, it isn't. Ah, flip. Flip.
Why you
Oh, it
Well,
wasn't.
it was
That
not
is
a.
bet number 3.
I could have sworn it was actually going to be a rat.
So did I.
What do you mean, so did you? Like, you will pass it to me.
I'm aware. They were side by
You're
side.
like
in
trying
my
to send
hand.
out psychic vibes or something?
They were side by side in my hand, and I grabbed the wrong one. So I'm gonna go way over here.
No.
I'm gonna go over here, and I'm just gonna give you a fly.
You know what? I'm going to put this in my hands. Check it out.
These bats are scary.
Hey, Scott.
Yep.
This wasn't a rat. Sorry, it wasn't a rat. It wasn't a fly, I mean. What it was a frog.
Oh, he says it's a fog. But he is a known flog liar.
I
And then he tried to repent and got punished for it, which makes me feel like he would go back to lying about flogs. But if I say it's not a flog, and it is, then that means I could have beaten him right then and there and didn't. But if I say it is a flog, then it was actually a scorpion or a spoder, I'm dead.
That is how the game works. Yes,
It's a scary situation.
it is indeed, and it's only gonna get scarier.
Oh, man. And James originally claimed it was a fly.
I did indeed. But sadly, that no longer matters.
You know what? I'm gonna go with the riskiest possible play for high risk, high reward. And I'm gonna claim that Joe is telling the truth. It's a frog. And this may kill me. Well, I was wrong, but it didn't kill me.
yeah, so you're fine.
But it did put me in a situation where now there are 3 different cards that could kill me. It's a little scary.
It's a
It's
situation.
scary. It's a problem for you.
It makes your legitimate businessman tactic much harder to pull off.
Yeah, it does.
Watch this hand be like all flies, spiders, and scorpions.
And I played the 5th.
Look, there are still 4 spiders, 2 scorpions, and 3 flies out there. Like, that's a lot.
Uh-huh.
There's 3 frogs out there, too.
Yep.
And all the rest of the cards.
And the rest.
There's 3 bats out there too. I'm just as in danger.
Really debating what I want to do.
You pull the biggest play of the game. You put a card down in front of one of us and ask Lee to tell us what it is.
Agents
Just
of Chaos.
throw everything to the wind. Just leave it up to chance.
Oh, no, it wouldn't be
The problem
chance.
is, then there's a
Lee
12.5%. But then again, if you do that, there is only a 12.5% chance that he's telling you the truth. So the odds are overwhelmingly in your favor to just call a bluff at that point.
It's a fog.
Well, now the odds are shifted because he said it's fog. So it must be.
See?
Oh.
All right. Joe,
Yes?
this right here,
Yeah?
it's a stink bug.
I'm going to say no, it isn't. Well,
I am a legitimate businessman, and I will
Whoa.
die on this hill.
Yes, he will.
well, you have half of that right. Anyway,
Dang.
James.
That was a very nice compliment, Joe. Implying that Scott
Yeah, it
is a
was.
legitimate businessman and won't die on the hill.
All right.
Yeah, thank you for that.
James, this
Hi.
is a Scorpone.
I absolutely don't believe it. But on the off chance it is, I'm going to look at it so I can potentially give it to Scott. Scott.
Yeah.
It is not a Scorpone, which honestly surprises me. But what it is a rat.
So now I'm in one of those situations where the safe thing would be to...
Oh, thank you for the sub, Media.
The safe thing would be to say that you're bluffing. Because if I say that it is indeed a rat, there are 3 other cards that could just kill me. But if it is a rat, and I say you're bluffing, that just puts me in a position where now half the cards in the game could kill me. But I'm not dead yet. I'm gonna say it's not a rat. Well, dang it. Now
Well,
there
mostly
are. Now literally half of the card types will kill me if I acquire any of them.
It's probably fine.
It's fine. Scott's probably got the rest of the rat, scorpion, spiders, and flies in his hand, so he knows he's actually safe.
Yeah.
James,
Hi.
that card? That
Yeah,
card right there?
Yeah, that one right there.
This is a scary moment for me.
Oh.
But that right there,
Uh-huh.
it's a fly.
I don't believe it in the slightest. But here's what my thought process is. My thought process is Scott is trying very hard to continue being a legitimate businessman. So I think that the card is a frog. And what he's saying is that there is a fly in the belly of that frog. So he's not technically wrong. So I'm going to look at this card and pass it on to Joe. Because Scott, claiming it was a fly, does indeed want to pass a frog on to Joe.
So you're saying this card in front of me is a frog?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
It is not a frog.
I am
You have been
shocked.
doomed.
I am
But-
shocked at the gumption of that, Joe.
There was no gumption to be had, James.
You had the rest of the frogs.
I have the rest of the frogs. I've had the rest of the frogs for most of the game. When that fifth frog got on, I'm like, oh, I'm safe for the rest of the game. So I was
That's-
waiting for someone to call frogs on me. I'm like, nope.
That's what I
Yeah.
get for lying about a frog. See, this is what happens. You lie about a frog, you lose the game.
Yeah.
I started the game with 5 spiders in my
Jeez.
hand, so I was kind of waiting for someone to be like, "This is a spider," and I'd be like, no, it's not." But I did also have I wasn't lying about having a fly. So I had every card except for the bat that I handed you was a card that could kill me.
Yeah.
So I handed you the one card that would kill you instead, and finally told my first lie.
Dang. And
Yeah.
I,
I mean, my next play was if I got control again, I was gonna hand you either a fly or scorpion and say it was exactly what it was, just to see what chaos would unfold. And if you still said it, then I would send whatever other one was left.
Yeah, and that's the tricky thing about having multiple cards that'll kill you, is someone could say it's one of them, and then you're in a catch-22 of no matter what you say, there's a possibility that that card can kill you.
But you managed to get James, so
You did.
congrats.
Yep,
You got
and
yourself
I
out
was
of it.
mostly a legitimate businessman.
you only lied about the one.
It was only the
Shame.
one, and it was because my life depended on it, because... Oh boy.
When has that ever stopped me?
Ah.
Look, I wanted to be truthful, but if I handed James a bat, and said it was a bat, I imagine he probably would have just been like, you know,
I
I
believe
think
you.
you're still telling the truth. And then I would have been really screwed, because then all I would have been left with was cards that can kill me, and I would have passed them off, honestly saying what they are, and then someone just has to believe me, and then, oh, look, I die.
Just don't die.
That's why I lied. I'd rather
But
lie
don't
than
die, but also don't lie.
No, I had the choice of lie or die, and I chose to lie and not die.
That's how
you
you
don't
do.
choose. You pick neither. Just never lie. Always tell the truth. Forever.
Always tell the truth.
This is working so well for Scott looking at his board.
Yeah, I wanted
was
to
an
try to get
attempt.
as far as I could, being a legitimate businessman.
You done good, Scott. All right, let's see. Now what? We do. All that talk of legitimate businessmen. You could always pull up sheriff. Oh, that's nothing on the end there. I need to figure out. You know what? I know what I'm going to do. We're going to go with. Let's do. Stink bug.
Okay.
Scott's like,
I
I see here.
I had a feeling that's what you were doing, but I was like, why is he just taking one of each? And then it's because you can just copy.
I think
I
it's
think you need
still
a few
that.
more of those. That's one card too many.
It is
Shouldn't
one
there
card
still
too
be
many.
15?
There should still be. Oh, it's because it's number of players times 5
For the total cards,
for
yeah.
the total of cards. Yeah,
So should be
so
15.
that's what it should be. No.
No, that's way too many. You needed one less rat. There you go.
Yes.
Oh, you also should have kept something for identifying the spy.
Yeah, I can do that.
Look, 2 frogs and a cockroach.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, I don't think you'd be able to get those cards without, like, bringing the whole deck back. What?
Perfect. It's a pair of scissors.
Oh, okay. Well, I just meant that we still need cards to handle
Oh.
to say who's the bad guy.
Also, what did I do?
What are you doing?
It's I've ruined everything.
What did you do?
All right, screw it. Screw it. Just object, save object. Eh. Island, plains. Of course I didn't grab a rainbow deck. What am I doing? I'm a mess.
Hold on, I have a rainbow deck.
So do I.
Oh, okay.
Green, black, white, and then are you kidding me? Whatever. It's a mess. Clone. 1, 2, 3. Clone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There!
Where?
What a mess. Okay. Now, we got two islands and a red card because I didn't have a mountain in my rainbow deck somehow. So you're either on the island team or you're on the breaking point team.
Okay.
So you're either good guy or you're a bad guy. I'll put that over here. And then we're going to shuffle you. And I'm going to draw 5.
So where do we toss our?
Just
oh,
somewhere nearby, because that's you'll need to keep it
Alright.
somewhere nearby. Okay. Shuffle them within your hand.
I suddenly forgot how to shuffle.
Highlight all of them and press R. And obviously, if they're face up, that doesn't do you a whole lot of good. So you got to make sure you flip them face down with the F first. Hi, Dennis. What you're watching is, I forget the actual name of the game, but it's Cutting Wires. So the idea here is that one of us is a bad guy, and the other 2 are good guys. And we have a bomb. And we have to cut the 3 green wires before we cut the black wire. If we cut the black wire, the bomb explodes, the red player wins. If we can cut the 3 green wires, the good guys win. Each round, we're going to get a certain number of cards. We get to know what they are, but then we have to shuffle them so we don't know the order of them. And then I lost the scissors.
So who started with the scissors?
Oh, that'll be scissors. And then just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Cool. Scissors. Okay, what has everybody got for their stuff?
I have nothing but white over here. Nothing but plains.
Scott?
I have good stuff.
I mean, that checks out. This one, right here on the end.
Dang it. Well, by process of elimination, I'm gonna say I don't want to go over towards James.
Unfortunately, don't give me back those scissors, please. It's not entirely bad, but there's bad in here, so you can't come this way.
All right.
Dang it. And it's just 3 cuts, right?
Oh, right, it is just 3 cuts. Oh, man!
Yep.
That's so sad.
It's not
That's fine.
great, but it's not terrible.
That did not do what I needed
Yeah,
to
problem
do.
with shuffling the
Yep.
cards together like that is they can flip them over.
Yep.
So you got to be careful.
I'm going to not do that again. I got to figure out the actual name of this to see if the actual game is on Tabletop Simulator somewhere. Okay, I'm going to draw 4. Scott, each round you know what you have, but not the order they're in. And you can say whatever you want. If you're good, you're trying to avoid hitting the black. If you're bad, you're trying to hit the black and avoid hitting the greens.
What do people got?
I have 1 green and a bunch of white. So, gimme.
I have 1 green and a bunch of white as well.
Well, that checks out.
All right. So I'm guessing by process of elimination, I should knock over to you, Scott.
Yeah, it's a little scary.
That
over here.
sounds like
All
a
right,
reasonable.
So James.
That this one here. Bam. Dang. Well, then I guess I'm going to go back this way. Well, all right.
We're bound to get a green one eventually.
Yeah.
Eventually. I think all three green, well, three green ones are still out there.
Mm-hmm.
Oops. I just start this mess.
Shuffle, 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 shuffle. It's a sad situation.
So, Scott, what do you got?
I got one green and no bad.
Lee and James, what do you got?
Well, assuming Scott's telling the truth, you should know what I have.
Ah,
And,
true.
yeah. I don't want the scissors this round, unfortunately.
hmm.
Great. It's like I keep hoping, like, eventually we've got to have somebody with more. Oh my god.
Hmm.
It's like we keep ending up with the greens spread out
Yeah.
evenly and like not in a situation to
This
get them.
is getting dire because now I don't want to just necessarily announce what I've got because
Yeah, now it's risky because
I have the bomb.
oh, good, that makes this round much easier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just figured I'd help you guys out.
I appreciate it.
Unfortunately, I also have every green wire and every white wire. I possess all the cards.
well, now I know you're lying.
Yeah. So
Now I just want. Can I just self?
Oh.
I shouldn't say it like that, but I just want to target my own wires. Is what
Oh.
I'm gonna say.
Oh. Did I fix my mic somehow? I restarted my computer and it hasn't exploded yet, but the night's still young.
Well, he keeps talking and it doesn't explode.
So which one of you has a green wire? That's what I want to know. Because I know no one's gonna be open and honest about the black wire for varying reasons.
I will say it's too risky. I can't say it. I'm sorry.
Look, here's the thing, right? We are at a point where the risk is going to have to be taken.
Mm.
One way or another. Like, someone's going to have to take a risk. If we tell Scott nothing, then he's just blind cutting.
Yep.
So I've got to, at the very least, find out if Scott's on my team or not. Scott, you have to cut Joe's wires.
Which is scary because then he can just turn around and
And yes, he can. But, I mean, what else are we going to do?
I don't like that you're positing that for a number of reasons.
I have the black. The scissors can't come here. Would you like me to be more specific?
Joe, care to refute that?
Yeah, I would, because you don't have the black.
Oh.
Which I didn't want to have to say because now James knows.
I'm just gonna keep the scissors.
You can't.
I'm just not gonna cut anything.
I guess
All right,
that
Scott, give me the scissors.
I guess that would be how you'd have to refute that, regardless. Assuming you weren't good. Okay. Well,
The problem is now is that whoever you give the scissors to is just going to use it on the other person.
Yeah, it's like
No,
either
no,
way.
no. Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah,
Um,
either way, it's going to come down to a 50-50 because if hypothetically, and I don't
yeah.
even know if this is true, but even if James is on my team but has the black wire, then I could take the 50-50 shot now and then he can give it back to me, or I give it to Joe, which is a safe cut hypothetically, but then Joe can take the 50-50 shot anyway.
Yeah, and then of course, if it's the other way around, then you reverse that. But
And
yeah,
yeah, if it's the
it's
other
just
way
a 50 no
around,
matter
then
what. It's kind of scary.
Here's the bigger one, Scott.
the best part would be if this is all just a giant mind game and I actually have the bomb.
That would be the worst.
So the sad thing
It's
is,
not,
Scott,
but it's
if you cut my wire first, from my perspective, then I'm in deep shit because I can't then cut Joe's wire because then he would turn around and cut my bomb. Which means if you cut my wire first, I have to give the scissors back to you, and then you have to give Joe the scissors to end the round.
Yeah.
And that's bad. So I want you to cut one of Joe's first. Well, I mean, I want you to cut one of Joe's anyway. If Joe turns around and cuts mine on a 50, if it's a 50-50 shot anyway, I just don't want Joe ending the round, assuming we live through the round.
Yeah, I'm basically in a no-win situation anyway, so I have a 25% chance of just losing right now.
But I will tell you, well, again, it's whatever. But I will tell you that if you cut my wire, I have to cut you back. Joe theoretically could still debate otherwise.
all right. It's down to 50-50.
Okay.
All right. I mean,
Ugh.
Oh.
And now he's putting me in a position where
I
I need to decide who is telling the truth.
Well, so you're
Or I go for basically, do I believe that Joe is safe? Or do I go over here?
Scott, if I'm a good guy and I told you that this is a bomb, you shouldn't give it to me at all. You should be cutting one of his.
if you're good.
I think no matter what, I think you have to cut one of his.
I
Because either I am the bad guy and I lied to you about this being the bomb, or
Oh,
in
that's
which
right,
case
because
you
you
give
were
me the
because you
thing,
were, but wasn't
or if I
But-
was telling the truth, which I have been, I need you to cut one of these two so you don't blow us all up. Unless you're the bad guy, which I don't think you are at this point.
but I think you just tripped yourself up because
How so?
James was claiming that he had the bomb,
So did I.
which meant that you were counter claiming that you had it.
Yes.
which means you can't, by his point, Scott, you can't cut his wire.
Yes, that's the point I'm making. I think Scott tripped himself up.
Yeah, now I'm just getting confused because
So-
it's like,
Both
What-
of us said that we had the bomb. So
well,
when
it's
they
just
said
I was
50-50,
It's just I was considering the scenario. I guess it wouldn't make sense
Yeah.
because now James would just say he didn't have the bomb if he was good.
Yeah,
And
no,
didn't have
I
it.
still have the bomb. So here's the thing. Because you don't know, you're still going on gut instinct. If you cut Joe's wire from your perspective, either it's over now and I was lying, or Joe was lying. You hit his green wire, but he goes into the final round with the scissors knowing he's bad. Versus you cut one of mine, and it's either a 50-50 of blowing up or 100% of not blowing up.
Because that's where I was getting confused. Is it was like, well, what if Joe was lying and I just cut his wire? But if Joe was lying, that would mean that he was on my team claiming to have the bomb when you actually have the bomb, which makes no sense.
Right. If he was lying about having the bomb, it's because he wants you to cut my wires.
But you're also claiming that you have the bomb.
Yeah.
Right. Which means if you cut Joe's wire, then he was lying about having the bomb. But because I claimed it first, there's no reason for him to do that except for trying to get you to cut my wires.
Or that you could have been lying in the first place.
I don't think I have. I think I'm too tired to bust all of
Fair-
this out right now.
fair enough.
Normally, I can do all these mental somersaults and
There's-
sort out.
Yeah, there's
what the
also
patterns of lie. I'm cutting this. I can't.
there's
I
also
can't.
the difference of the game
There's
feels different with 3 people.
Yeah, no,
yeah.
I can't do
Alright,
any
well-
more of this back and forth debate. It's too complicated, and I'm too tired.
That's fair.
Oh,
Okay.
James is leading this nonsense.
But we got 1 green, which again is sad because I can't prove it, but I had 2 of the greens, but I started with the scissors, so I'm like, dang it.
That
But
also
you know what that means? Now we have to cut both green wires.
Well,
We
correct.
can't-
It's
So it's 2
It's a
cuts no matter what.
it's a problem, yeah. Okay. So my question ends up becoming
Now the question is, can I
no,
trust
this is actually really oh, well, okay, from my perspective it's simple. How do I convince
what are you claiming to have? Because in the hypothetical world where Joe's the bad guy,
correct?
technically, assuming you don't think I'm the bad guy, which considering how last round went, I
Oh,
think that's pretty unlikely. Technically, you have no reason to lie to me
Correct.
if you're the other good guy. But
That's also if I can conceivably believe that you believe me. Right? I could very easily tell you the truth and say
no, you're getting into this whole 4th dimension thing. I'm not awake enough for that. You're either telling me the truth, and I decide whether to believe you or not, or I'm flipping a table.
fine, fuck it.
think-
I have the black card. I have to cut yours first because I can't hand Joe the scissors.
Sweet. I'm cutting. And now it's just, do I believe James or not? I kind of want to.
It's 50-50.
I mean, Joe, what are you going to claim?
I'm going to claim that this is the black card. This is a bomb.
Which.
Of course.
But yeah,
Right.
if I was
Yeah.
bad, I would claim that
Which
anyway.
makes sense, because if you were bad, you would want me to believe the bomb was over here, even if you do have it. But if you're good, you would want to warn me off so that I would cut his.
And that's why I was starting to try to 5D chess it, Scott, because I was debating saying nothing and just cutting Joe's wire and making him take the 50-50. Knowing that he doesn't know which of us, knowing that he knows both of us were good. But you were
I mean,
just like, no.
if at this point Scott is playing the long con and he is the bad, like bravo, honestly.
That would be silly, because that would mean you and I were both making weird choices if Scott was the bad guy.
Yeah, but it would still be.
It would be amazing, but
Yeah,
Okay.
I was the bad.
That was just I couldn't brain that much.
Yeah.
It was so much.
it's too much.
So maybe this isn't the game for right now.
Maybe they're not the game for right now. Okay, got it. We were running. I forget the name of the game, the actual name of the game, Gadrius. I want to say it's like Sabotage or something along those lines.
Something about wires.
I've only ever played this with the wrong cards, but it's because all you need is a black card, a few green cards, red cards, blue cards, and white cards. So I usually use magic lands to make it work. Yeah, there's a Deep Rock Galactic board game. We don't know how to play it, and we're not learning tonight, especially if Scott's brain is mashed potatoes. Let's see. We could do something like Mysterium. That's a different kind of brain thing. I'd love to do like code words, but we have 3.
You can do something like Dominion. Dominion doesn't take too much branding.
Not too bad. Yeah, Deep Rock Galactic has a.
Rock and Stone.
I would recommend Eon's End if there was any audience for it, but I feel like that one is a bit niche.
Also, I see Dragon Dice.
Yeah, I was saying that earlier. We should take a night to like set it up one day, so that we can go in and kind of just start. But it would take a while to get set up.
Wavelength might be fun.
Yeah, wavelength could be good. Although, do we need 4?
Because that's thinky, but it's not brainy, if that makes any sense.
Trying to remember if we need 4. Oh, jeez. Get out of here. Trying to figure out if we can do this with 3. How does this work? Oh. I see. Okay, yeah, we can make
And I see a box, but I see in your chat that you can see the thing.
Yes,
Yeah.
so that'll work. But again, I don't know if necessarily if we've got the right for this, but we'll give it a shot. So, okay. So
We don't need the French deck.
Oh God.
You might want to spin it again because I have looked at
Oh,
your
okay,
thing.
so-
So spin it again.
Alright, so I'll spin it again. Alright, so derivative to original. So on the right hand side is an original work, on the left hand side of it is derived from an original work.
All right, this is a team game, I think.
Yeah, well we're gonna play this teamy rather
Okay.
than competitive, just so we're going for points. And rather than going for points, we're just gonna see if we can cooperate to think things through.
All right.
On a scale of original to derivative, I'm gonna go with so this would be fully original. This would be completely derivative. This is like half original, half derivative.
Mhm.
I'm gonna go. God, I feel like that's hard. I feel like this is a hard card to start with. I'm gonna just go with the Divine Comedy.
The Divine Comedy. Well, I mean, it is in a lot of ways a derivative work. It's mostly political satire, but obviously everything is drawn from, you know, the Kabbalah and such. I don't know, how much do you know about the Divine Comedy, Scott? Scott?
I plead the fifth.
He was stating everything he knew about it.
Oh, you know,
Oh.
it's fair.
Okay, so
So I guess that one's
this
this
is me
one's
on this
Andrew.
one. Yeah, so it was written by Dante. It was mostly a political satire of the figures of the, but it was also a bit creative because it's like a figurative
You know,
idea of what the layers of hell were like.
you know what? For the sake of both Scott having some idea and participating better, I actually think I have a better answer here,
Oh, go for it.
and I'm gonna go with Kingdom Hearts.
Oh.
I
Okay.
mean, that does fall into both categories because it's obviously derivative of Final Fantasy and Disney pretty much across the board. but it's an original game in and of itself with some original characters and
I would say it's definitely scaling more towards derivative because,
yeah.
like, yeah, there's some original content, but like most of the Disney worlds, more often than not, are copy pasted. Here's the story from the original movie. I mean, there are obviously some exceptions where they have an original story with it, which is neat, and there are some original characters, Sora and Riku and Kairi and Organization 13 and all that stuff. But like, there's enough Disney characters, so it feels like it's. I would say it's on the derivative side, but original enough that it
I
doesn't like all the way. It doesn't tip all the way to derivative.
I would also want to clarify, are we talking about the original Kingdom Hearts? Because I feel like the farther you go into the series, the less derivative and more original it becomes, in a
That's
way.
a good point. So, is this Kingdom Hearts the series overall, or is this Kingdom Hearts like the first game?
I will say. I will stick with the first Kingdom Hearts.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, that's also where we're still using Final Fantasy characters too, like Cloud
Yeah.
and Sephiroth.
So
Like
that
Kingdom Hearts 3 had no Final Fantasy stuff in it
Yeah,
whatsoever.
and that's why I'm like, the farther you go into the series, there are plenty of games where they actually use minimal characters from Disney and Final Fantasy, and it's more of an original work because they're just trying to tell their background story and everything. So, it being the first game, I would say, you know, somewhat onto the derivative side, but not super far because there's still
Yeah.
some original stuff there.
Is there a dial or something that we can actually like put something
Can
on?
you guys see these two big arrows?
We cannot. We
Oh.
just see a big white box.
Because I do that, and now you guys can move the arrows
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So,
to where you think it is.
like, do we want it like here,
Yeah,
or what do you think?
I think like something like that is probably where my brain is at.
Okay.
All right.
I think I'm good where it is.
So you think that's your guess?
That's my guess.
Bam!
Wow.
Nailed it.
Again, I am not cheating, but like
No,
that was spot on.
hearing the way you guys are talking about it, I was like, "Oh, you guys get me. You guys get me."
All right. So do you want me to do one next?
Sure, go for it.
Okay. So what do I do?
So
Just
yeah, I
click
believe you
spin
just
dial?
click that, and that should. Yep, I'll put an orange box
Okay,
there.
yeah.
So then you just flip the top card.
All right. Flip the top card. Ah,
I mean, that works too.
it does, but no.
F to flip. There you go.
Yep. Oh,
Up.
crying out loud. Okay, an underrated. So, underrated thing to own, overrated thing to own.
Ooh.
So we're talking about underrated versus overrated here.
For things to own.
For
Interesting.
things to own, though,
Yeah,
that's a really.
That's a specific. And then, yeah, obviously you have your spin the dial button so that it puts it. You see where it ended up.
All right, I'm gonna go with. I'm gonna go with a good pair of shoes. Let's say a comfortable pair of shoes.
Okay.
I'm gonna click expose dial to let you.
Yep, to bring it to the black side.
Okay. Bring it to the dark side.
To the dark side. All right. So a comfortable pair of shoes. I don't think you could ever say that a comfortable pair of shoes is overrated. I feel like if he had said something like Air Jordans or some sort of major name brand shoe, that's
Brown
overrated.
Stevens.
Yeah, like nobody actually cares that you own an expensive pair of shoes. Ooh. So I think it's leaning on the left side because honestly, a good pair of shoes needs to be more needs to be more acceptable. As in, yes,
Yeah, for me, my thought on it is I don't. It's when I think overrated versus underrated, I think is this something people often discuss, and I don't think I often hear people talk about whether or not they need comfortable shoes. So
It
I
depends on how much they are on their feet during the day, I think.
yeah, and I know it's something that comes up for me because
mm-hmm.
I walk to work every day, so I wear out shoes pretty quickly, and I need
Mm-hmm.
ones that are comfortable because I walk to work and then I'm on my feet for a full shift
Yup.
all day. Um,
It's like I feel like the people.
so personally, it's like,
It's
yeah,
not. Yeah,
underrated thing for sure.
definitely. So yeah,
But
I
it's
think it's
like,
my assumption is it's somewhere. Excuse me, somewhere like further than where I just was. Because I think it's one of those things that it's just like heck yeah. I don't think it's all the way because I think that if it was completely underrated, then nobody would talk about it. I think maybe it's a little. I think I'm somewhere in here to potentially further left, depending on
yeah, for me, I feel like it's a little more like this,
a little back
but
there. It's
I don't know.
definitely
We could
definitely
like split the
underrated, but not something
difference.
crazy crazy.
Yeah. So I don't know, maybe somewhere around there.
Yeah, I could be okay with that.
All right, you set then?
Yeah.
All right, revealing.
Oh, it was even further.
Oh,
Okay,
okay.
It
but
was a
hey,
little further down, but like you
So
were on.
James was
You were
much
close.
closer than I was.
but still,
Yeah.
hey, it's all
I,
right.
I wanted. Yeah, I'm trying to think of something like super underrated to own. I'm like having a good pair of shoes like is definitely
Oh yeah.
when you're out on your feet a lot. It makes a huge difference. But it's the sort of thing that like as adults we don't as like kids you don't get excited about it. Like it's sort of thing that like
That is
only
true.
when you live life for a while that you really get like excited about stuff like that. It's kind of like the adult excitement of like going out and getting something that's utilitarian and being excited about it, and kids are like,
That full
"What do
on,
you care?"
literally full on is just like Dumbledore looking in the mirror of Erised and saying a warm pair of socks.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
that's
And that's
that's that way left.
that's
Yeah.
why for me it was ironic that it's like because I do fall
Yeah.
all the way over here,
Mhm.
I was like I'm probably an exception to the rule because it's like I am on my feet more than a
Mm.
lot of people. So that's why I tended back toward this direction. I was like I'm pretty sure that for most people they don't it's not that big a deal, but
So
Yeah.
for the future, Scott, we're not most people, right? So trust your gut.
Yeah. And I will say, part of the beauty of this game is that a lot of stuff is intentionally left vague. Like
Yeah.
what isn't over. Like you were talking about, like what isn't overrated, and that sort of thing that it is left up to your interpretation
Mhm.
and up to what you think my interpretation is. So that's kind of why I like this game. It's
Oh yeah.
at least some neat thought exercises, I think.
Absolutely. All right, Scott, what do we got? Huh.
okay. Uh,
Scott, of course, the master of emojis.
And the master of what is sexy and what is not.
Oh, absolutely. Bun's like, oh god.
I actually have absolutely no idea what to do here because the spin of the dial
Was not
makes
helpful.
no sense.
Spin it again then.
I just have the exposed dial.
Yeah,
button.
that's
you
fine.
can,
Just
you can
yeah,
expose and then
it,
do it
redo it.
again.
Yeah, because this is what it gave me,
Ah,
which is
I-
like what?
Don't think it's supposed to be able to land that way.
it shouldn't.
That's why I was confused because it makes literally no sense.
That's right.
Do it again.
Try that again. Did it work that
Okay.
time?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh jeez.
Well, it was like heavier color too.
No,
Now
Scott. The only way that worked is you had to give us the sexiest unsexy emoji. We would have had to say it was both ends.
Now the question is how how memeish do I go with this? Like,
How well do you think our meme brains work? Hello, Makes Raven.
You have to be both the most sexy and the least sexy. Foot emoji, not explaining.
Ah, that would have been a great answer for the way that came up, Joe.
look, let me see if I have an emote I can just put into
Uh-oh.
but the other problem is like my instinct is to be super ironic, but that would be basically throwing you guys way off the mark. So I'm like,
we would have to think of what Scott is saying. Is that a sexy emoji or not?
Yeah.
If Scott comes up here and he goes and puts his emoji and it's just Steiner going, hey, that is the sexiest emoji.
let's see. I'm sure I've got something really good that I can use.
Scott over here about to get us banned on Twitch.
It's like part of me wanted to just find like a standard Twitch emote that I could reference, but I'm also like, I don't know if any of those are really gonna work that well because they are generic for a reason. I mean,
Yeah.
just whatever.
Well, I will say that the fact that Scott is struggling to find a non-generic one implies to me that we're already on the right-hand side of the dial. Because Scott could, if it was unsexy, Scott could easily come back with like a piece of cheese, or you know,
like he could have easily,
Hold on,
easily
what
placed
kind of
either
cheese?
the Lee or the James emoji. Like there you go.
Oh, damn!
Roasted.
0%. I have one.
Got him.
Like every emote I scroll past, I'm just like, how memey, how ironic. Like, what do I want to do here? I'm gonna go with God. For well, I can't even say my reasoning to vote this way, so I'm just gonna
Yeah.
do. I'm gonna do that.
Oh, damn!
What emoji is that?
That's a Gardevoir.
Oh, that's a Gardevoir. Oh no.
Oh no!
Oh no.
Oh
Why?
yeah! Oh yes! Release the purple, Scott!
No. I am ready to. I am going to flip this table. So help me.
Look, you know it's over here
Why?
somewhere, whether you like it or not.
Oh.
I don't know, Joe.
You guys are gonna have to decide where that
Yeah.
dial lies, and
He's
then
probably
lock in
gonna
your
pick up
answer.
more because he's Ah. I'm losing it. I'm sorry.
Here's the thing. Do we want to be right?
I'm sticking with it.
All right,
Dude,
Scott, give us our points. That's
all right, Scott.
it's
go
up,
ahead.
it's up there.
It was even farther, but I was like, I know it's a meme. If anything, it would have been even better if I could have found a Vaporeon emote.
Oh god.
But I couldn't. All I could find was Gardevoir. But I was like, it's still a meme.
It's still a meme. Oh.
There was also, I've still subscribed to the guy who's self-titled The Steiner Guy. So when you said give us a Steiner emote, I was so tempted. He has like a Garnet blushing emote.
Ah.
I was so tempted to drop that.
Fiend.
Ooh.
Ooh, this is a good one for us.
It is. It is a good one for us. Ooh.
And depending
I-
on what he got with the spin, this could be.
Yeah, this is
If I was
Pretty
playing,
spicy.
I feel like I already have an answer for this.
the thing. Oh, I'm curious.
Well, it depends on what the dial gives you, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
Lee,
I have
Lee
that
can see the
access to that
dial.
information. You guys don't.
Oh, that's true.
See, the part of the problem is that like my gut wants to go to games, but then I'm trying to like, all right, which game do I pick from?
Are you trying to be specific or general?
I feel like in this case, I want to be specific. I think it's more.
Okay.
I think it's more fun to be specific, right?
I
Like,
think you could say for example, like the Soul Edge in Soul Blade or something.
right?
You
Like
could
I
say,
could,
Wolfram.
I could just say something like Tonfas, right? And
Yeah.
you could argue if it's overrated, underrated, whatever. But if I can give a really specific weapon that you guys would be like, you know what? So I'm trying to think. Yeah, what kind of weapon IRL fantasy? I think my gut wants to go.
Warhammer Go.
Yeah, wants to. Yeah. That would be the wrong direction. I think. let me take a quick.
Let him Google something real quick. Tim Cook.
I think I know what I want to say, but I want to double check something.
I'm just thinking of dumb things that I could put. I have a couple in the bank.
I feel like I can think of a couple of things Lee would say if it was one way on the spectrum or the other. But I don't know what James is going to lay out.
It's one of those things where I'm just like, because of where the dial landed, I'm trying to think of a weapon that's like. Let's go with. All right. This is actually hard. Ooh. Oh, I'm curious what your answer is, Lee. I You know what? I want to hear your answer, and then I'll agree or disagree.
Okay.
Because I'm analysis paralysising myself a little.
I have a couple of answers, but not all of them are conventional per se, and I feel like all of them are unsubtle. I have one that's subtle, but I I'm interested what your opinion of it would be, I guess.
Okay.
So if you want to hear it, my more subtle one I would say is it's generic. It's not specific, which is why I asked you earlier, and
Okay.
then I had to think of other things. So do you still want specific, or is generic fine?
I should go ahead and give the go ahead and give it first. Yeah, either one.
The humble sword.
Yeah, I see. I see the thought.
But there's many of other ways of doing it, but I felt like that was the one that's not like der. Particularly because I am an opinion person that has opinions that are not subtle or nuanced.
All right, so I'll take that and I'll go one step further to be the more specific. Because
Further beyond.
because I see where you're going with it and I agree. So I'm going to go with Final Fantasy VII's The Force Eater or the Force Stealer, whichever way you wanna name it, depending because it changed its name between.
The Steel Eater.
The Force Stealer from Final Fantasy VII?
Yes.
Intense
If you talk
research
about the
being
humble
done.
sword, can you reveal the meter?
Oh yes.
So if you say the humble sword, I would say like overrated because the sword is used in everything. Like the sword has had its day, but now you're saying like a specific sword from FF7, and I'm like, I don't remember what that sword is. So now I'm like, I don't know.
Well, I
I haven't
had
actually
to
haven't
look it
played
up
the
to
remake yet,
remember
so
that I remember enough about Final Fantasy VII that if you had said almost any other cloud weapon, I probably could have told you the materia slots, what's unique about it, and roughly where its power level is at. The Force Stealer turns out is the most forgettable of his weapons because I couldn't remember anything about it except that it was purple. And so I had to look it up for the stats, and I'm like, oh, that's why it's forgettable, because it's just worse than the Apocalypse. Um, because it's one of the ones that gains increased AP, but the Apocalypse is triple AP, whereas the Force Stealer is double, and it has the same number of materia slots.
yeah.
I imagine it's useful until you get the Apocalypse, but double AP isn't that big a deal. I don't know. I feel like that because, and I'm also torn because it's like this started off with the sword, just in general, and for the sword, based on like the general populace, I want to do this.
Yeah.
I feel like the sword is like the most overrated weapon in history. Not that it isn't good. It's a highly effective weapon. There's a reason that it was so widely popularized in the era that metalworking was a thing. But because it was so popularized, it's also like that's always the weapon that people think of when they think medieval weaponry. They're just like the sword, and that's it, and that's like full stop. And to me, that makes it feel extremely overrated because there's so many other more interesting medieval weapons. Um, but then you're talking about the Force Stealer, and I'm like, well, on the one hand, I want to call that overrated because it's not good, but at the same time, I don't think anyone ever claimed that it was good in the first place. So that would mean it's not really overrated either. So I don't know.
But is it like, so where do you get the Force Sealer versus where do you get the Apocalypse? Like, is there enough of a gulf where there can be a period of time where you do use it? Or do you get, or is it like the Force Sealer is part of a side quest that
You
is
do
long
get
after you get?
you do get the Force Stealer fairly early, but I don't remember when you get the Apocalypse. I just remember using the Apocalypse a lot, but
Yeah,
that's probably because I grind a lot late game because I like to like max things out and level things up.
same.
So
But I'm of the same mind as you, Scott, so I'm kind of okay going here. You want to push the button?
That's where we're gonna
yeah,
put it.
I feel like that's probably about right.
All right.
So what's funny is that for all the same reasons that you were talking, but I went a different way with it because I think I was thinking in our friend group, we never pick swords for
Yeah.
the reasons that you were saying, which to me meant that it was underrated.
Oh wow.
Because
I-
with our group, none of us is picking a sword. If we give the option, it's never going to be the sword.
I felt like I was kind of going under the impression of it's underrated because just people don't realize how world changing the sword was in history. Like the fancier weapons get more credit,
And then
but
that's
the humble
why
sword,
I went with
little
the Force
underrated guy.
Sealer specifically because it was like among his swords, it's the first one that you get that has the double AP growth. Yes, the Apocalypse is the triple AP growth, but you also get that much later.
Yeah,
So
but
in short, I'm bad at
So-
this.
Eh,
well, so
nah, I think
but it was for the same reason that I was thinking overrated because it's like I feel like people do know that the sword was an important weapon in history. That's why like I said, when most people think of medieval weaponry, the first thing they'll go to is a sword. So it's like it's extremely popular, and to me that makes it feel like an overrated weapon. But again, I'm looking at it as the general populace,
right.
whereas James is talking about our personal group, in which case, yeah, it probably makes more sense, like between us, that it's a very underrated weapon.
Because
But it's ironic.
And the thing is, I thought about going the other way with it because, like you said, the sword is the common weapon. So I thought about being like one of Kate Sith's horns and be like, that's. But I found that I don't think that's necessarily an underrated weapon. I think that's not a weapon, guy.
Also, yeah, Gadry is a
Oh, well.
Legion Skalgrim, and I used to watch him quite a lot.
Stealth Archer and boom balls. All right, no worries.
All
I
right, my
ruined
turn.
the good
Yeah.
numbers that everyone had. Sorry.
No, I was
Alright, no,
right
you're
there
fine.
with you, Lee.
Well, that's the interesting. I mean,
That's
that's
the-
why
yeah,
it's
that's-
actually probably better to not play this game for points.
Yeah,
Because the biggest thing about it is that it doesn't really matter whether you win or lose. It's more about opening up discussion about
Yeah.
perspective.
yeah, and seeing how each other's minds work.
I didn't realize that the line in whose line was this line that we're moving in this game.
Yeah, the points don't matter.
Correct.
Yeah.
And although in this case it's Joe's line. It's Joe's lines in any way.
All right.
I was a small bit worried that I was being too meta, but Scott picked it up, and I'm glad that at least someone got something in my head tonight.
Yeah. I get it.
Put 'em.
Yeah, I got it.
All right. So with the thing that I got for my dial,
From hot to cold.
what I'm going to say from hot to cold, I will say a glass of water left out on a shady patio today.
Okay.
It's definitely going to be left of neutral.
That to me,
But it
that
was
just was a progression of going in every direction because you're like a glass of water, which could be dead center because it can
Yeah,
go either
yeah.
way. Then you're like left out on a shaded patio, implying that it's cooler. But then you're like
Today.
today when it was really hot. So I'm like,
It's a
I
roller coaster of emotions.
I'm
no.
so you know I'm gonna
in
say,
a glass case of emotion.
I'm gonna say that means that the water would probably be leaning towards the warm.
Yeah, it would be like a little warm because it's hot outside, but it wouldn't be hot because it's
It's still hot.
shaded.
Yeah, and it's
Are
water.
we measuring this line in Celsius? It goes from 0 to 100.
It's being measured from hot to cold. It is vague
Oh,
on
so
purpose.
100 to 0 then. I'm sorry.
Yes.
So yeah, I agree
Yeah.
with James's assessment. I think it's leaning slightly into hot, but not very much because of the
Right.
shade.
The shady outdoors room temperature, which is not hot, but it's certainly not cold. And dead center would be like warm.
Yeah.
So I'd say that's hotter than
I-
room temperature, but certainly not going to burn you.
All right. So, are you good with where you are?
I might
I-
even like
go a
nudge
little
it
more.
slightly this way because it has
Sure.
been very hot.
Yeah, no,
Go ahead.
that's to be fair. I have been indoors and not in that state, so that's fair.
All right. Are you good there?
Let's do it.
Both of you. Final
I
answer.
think so, yeah.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah.
All
Okay.
right. Yeah.
So-
If you
the
had nudged it the
initial,
wrong time, you would have had 4. But
Yeah.
Yeah. So the first guess was like spot on, and
Hey,
then I was
I'm-
like, it might be a little hotter.
I'm happy getting in this triangle. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
same. Well, you and I flopped because like last time nobody was in. Well, you were close, but yeah.
Yeah, it still feels in the middle. Yeah. Hey, still
Something
unpleasant to
was
drink.
good.
It's not. I wouldn't say unpleasant to drink. Like I'd still drink a glass of warm water on a scorching day.
Yeah, same.
Like it's still not. It's not
Honest-
going to be amazing, but
And honestly, when you drink water that is not cold, is lukewarm, your body absorbs it faster
that
because
is
it doesn't have to heat it up. So
stationary to mobile.
yes, cold water is is nicer to drink, but for hydration, you want something lukewarm.
Ice.
I want
water all
want
time.
the subject to figuring out where we're on the scale between stationary and mobile to be a mobile gas station.
If he says a mobile gas station, I'm putting it right down the center. Because it is not going anywhere, but it is definitely mobile. Therefore,
What if the mobile is? What if it's a mobile?
Yeah,
What if
Mobile,
it's a
Alabama.
Like, yeah, what if Mobile, Alabama? Because that is stationary, but it's also mobile.
exactly.
Let's see. I kind of want to go like hyper nerdy with this
I
one and
do
make
it.
like a really specific gaming reference.
Do it.
Um,
Because we'll probably get it.
And if we don't, then you get to explain it to us, and it's fun that way.
Yeah.
I want to hear how your brain works.
let's see. How nerdy do I go?
Weird
You're
Al.
among nerds.
Just white and nerdy.
I'm All right. I'm gonna go super nerdy from my perspective, so it's just full on like nobody would pose it this way except for me. But I think you'll both get it. And that is a which one do I go with? I'm gonna say a I'm also trying to figure out based on the dial how I want to phrase it. I'm gonna say a Final Fantasy Tactics monk, but with no abilities or accessories.
Oh.
Okay. So just a
Hmm.
default naked monk.
Yeah.
Move that box.
Move that
No.
box.
Does this monk have two swords? Because otherwise, he's not real to me.
That counts as an ability.
Then whatever. I hate him.
Because a monk is mobile,
Stationary,
but
because I'm gonna put him in the ground.
they're not that mobile.
yeah, they're not like
Well,
super
I should
mobile.
I should also specify he is not afflicted with anything.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, he's gonna be afflicted with death in a second.
Damn.
Well, you'd be like, oh, it's a fully equipped monk, but they have dope move on her. No, I believe.
The sad thing, Scott, is when I was on my weapon one, I literally was just going to be like an FF Tactics handbag, and I feel
And
like I might have done better.
I probably would have gone underrated for that
Yeah, same.
because that's my purse. I don't know you.
Bobby Hill.
Exactly.
All right, so monks are not the most mobile class, which is a shame because they are a very physical fighting class. Lee, you want to weigh in on this?
I thought I did by murdering this proverbial not two-handed monk and by making him completely stationary because he's dead.
Damn.
All right, because I think it's not as mobile as it could be. Obviously, with like move plus whatever abilities, and with a pair of good shoes, Jeremiah's boots or whatever. But they're not like stationary. Like they're mobile.
If I'm being honest, I'm trying to remember what their move jump is.
I think
By
it's like
default.
the base. I think it's like a base of 5.
Is it base 5?
I think so.
I don't remember.
I know Scott can't. Scott probably knows but can't answer. So
Yeah,
that's fine.
I
Yeah.
feel like it would just be giving you hints if
Yeah.
I say, especially based on like how I say a thing or what I tell you. Like I don't want to influence.
You've told me everything I needed to know.
I'm doing it with Google.
Here, let's do. Okay, their default move jump is 3-4 with a speed of 9.
Oh, the move's only 3. Jeebus, maybe I
Yeah.
should.
But I feel like the default is 3-3. So them having slightly better jump, slightly better speed than the average. Because I'm pretty sure 3-3 is. Here, I'm literally just gonna compare it to the Squire. Squire is 4-3, but with a speed of 6. Really? Huh.
Yeah.
Shit. Maybe they're.
James is learning things.
I'm learning things.
He's learning.
I'm the only nerd that actually knows all those by heart.
I knew that they weren't like wildly off of the 3-3. I didn't remember where. I feel like that's yeah,
Yeah, I don't.
I honestly think somewhere fairly default because I feel like that's not.
It's not like stronger. Like if we're talking about like in terms of Final Fantasy Tactics, which I think that is the intent. It's average. It's so stinking average.
It's fairly average, but with a higher move,
Painfully
a
average.
higher speed. But is that really mobile? So yeah, I think I'm good laying somewhere in the middle.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with this.
That's my
Okay.
guess.
Final answer.
Sure.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, it's on the lower side. Okay.
My reasoning though is that, and I knew that it might throw you off because of how I was doing it, but
Mhm.
my reasoning being that technically the minimum is 0. Like you can be that was actually kind of me throwing out a hint with the he's also not afflicted by anything,
True.
because the true stationary is actually stationary. You could be
Correct.
petrified,
Yeah.
dead, don't move, whatever.
Yeah, like
So-
if it was all the way over here, you could have been like blank after the events of what happened in the forest,
God.
right?
But yeah, so
Where's
but
the
I'm
super
thinking,
soft?
so I'm like, obviously there's a baseline of 0, which means anything even like default level is above that. But realistically, a monk who has the lowest possible base movement and slightly above average jump, but with no enhancements whatsoever,
Yeah,
is not very mobile. Realistically, that's a really slow character. 3 movement
yeah, that is true.
total is really bad.
That is pretty bad.
So it's leaning kind of towards stationary, but it's, you know, but yeah, baseline is 3-3, and the maximum any class has by default is
Oh, we
4-4.
just had overrated, underrated.
Mhm.
Oh,
Oh man! Oh no!
Oh no!
This is a highly contentious subject for James.
ha ha!
Like
I.
a ravioli, and then everyone just loses
Oh
their freaking minds.
no!
All right, we can come up with a good one, James.
Yeah,
boy.
sure we can. All right. Um, okay. So obviously, far right is like a sandwich.
And far left is not a sandwich.
I'm glad we've established this.
Like far right is grilled cheese, and far left is like
No,
a brick.
no. I think slightly left of far right is a grilled cheese because it's a sandwich, but it's not a sandwich. All right. If I ask for a sandwich and you give me a grilled cheese, I'm not gonna be mad, but I'm like, that's. I asked for a sandwich. I'm expecting like a ham and Swiss on rye, like.
See, this is what I was saying. I know that James could really get heated about this topic. I've watched that Nova Drift episode.
And look, this is so somewhere in the middle of sandwich and not a sandwich is where we're starting to get into the fun gray areas of like, is a taco a sandwich? Is a hot dog a sandwich? And it's right on that line there, right?
As a
A calzone.
Yeah. So
All right, James, I have one that I thought of that I feel like fits really well there.
okay,
I'm not going to say it out loud because I want your approval first, so I'm going to message it to you.
okay, I'm ready.
That's what I'm feeling.
Ooh. That's not a bad one. That's not a bad one for that position. I was in the position of
We're being secret.
the being secret. Hold on. I was in the position of this, so I think we were on the same wavelength.
Yeah, my brain went there first,
But I think mine is too far in a direction.
I think I agree. That's why I tried to
So-
move more in the other direction.
So I think I'm going to agree with Lee, and I'm going to go for a beef Wellington.
So Scott, because I'm not sure if you know what that is. A beef Wellington is a layered like beef. It's you put different layers of meats. It's sort of like a turducken.
It's
the
generally
beef version of that.
speaking, it's a steak or some beef loaf rolled in mushrooms and baked inside a pastry shell.
I I actually had a mental image of something like that. I didn't know it also used mushrooms, but I knew it was some kind of
At least the good ones do.
like old style quote unquote pudding where they, have like the
Pudding.
pastry shell around the beef.
So now we
Um,
have to get into the existential of
The
what
existential.
is not a sandwich. Is a hot pocket a sandwich? Scott, opinion?
Be
uh,
very careful with your opinions, sir.
See, my problem with stuff like Hot Pockets is that it's it's only a sandwich in the most technical of senses because it is, a vaguely bread-like substance surrounding an inner filling, but it, like James puts it, if I ask for a sandwich and you hand me a hot pocket, we're gonna fight about it. Like it's not a sandwich.
Is a beef Wellington a hot pocket?
And I feel like it's kind of in a similar vein where it's like beef Wellington. I don't know. It sounds delicious, but
Oh, it
does that
is.
make it a sandwich? No. It's technically encased in pastry, which is a somewhat bread-like substance with meat in the middle, but that doesn't necessarily qualify it as a sandwich.
So you're leaning towards not a sandwich then.
I'm leaning toward maybe even farther than that, but yeah, that's kind of where I'm thinking. Like it's not. I'm sure it's a delicious food, but a sandwich it is not.
Now here's a question: how not a sandwich is it?
Yeah,
How
that's
not-
is
that's
the
the
fact that
tricky
is it
thing.
is the
I
fact that it is
love-
layered make it more of a sandwich, or does it or is that
Yeah,
relevant?
I
'cause-
love the
'cause, like-
sentence. How not a sandwich is it?
Yeah,
Just-
Yeah,
because again, if it didn't have like the pastry coating, then I'd be more like down here. Like it's not even close. But because it has a semblance of being, encased in something akin to bread, then one could argue that it's, on the sandwich spectrum, if you will.
so you feel that is the presence of a bread layer that makes it more of a sandwich, not necessarily the fact that it is layered in general. Correct?
Yeah.
Like you would not
'Cause
call a slice
like
of you would not
'cause
call
then
a
you
slice of lasagna a sandwich.
I was just gonna make the same example. It's like lasagna's layered, but that ain't even close to being a sandwich. It's
Well, hold on.
delicious.
Is the top and bottom layer of this lasagna breaded?
No.
They're noodles.
Typically they're
So-
not. So I would say no by default.
But if they are noodles, which the top and the bottom of lasagna usually are,
Well,
that is a bread.
you have like sauce and cheese on the top.
Lee, you've got me now
Yeah.
thinking about taking like a pie crust and then layering sauce and meat and cheese inside of it and making a pie, a paisania.
So basically,
Hey,
a deep dish
paisanas!
pizza.
Yeah.
That's literally deep dish pizza, James.
But with a crust on top too, which is not quite what we're talking about here.
I mean, to be
You could do
fair, I've
that.
seen a product like that sold as a pizza. There was like a
Deep dish calzone.
I mean, it's not
I
I
mean,
that's a
yeah.
meat pie.
but actually,
Like, isn't that just a meat pie?
Yeah.
oh, yeah. Well,
it's a pizza pie.
well, yeah,
Deep
but
dish calzone
most,
sounds
most
more
people,
marketable.
most people don't meat pies with pepperoni and mozzarella, but
Well, those people are cowards.
that's true.
But yeah, I'd say that where the dial is right now is kind of what I'm feeling.
All right. You know what? I'm good with this too. All right. I think we're good.
You guys are good.
Yeah.
Well, bam.
Okay, we're
Yeah,
pretty
all
close.
right.
You're there. I was like, it's meat and
I'm not mad about where we
meat and
landed.
veg and bread in a sandwich adjacent presentation, like a hot pocket or a calzone.
Also, now I'm able to read chat. A burger is absolutely a sandwich.
Yeah, burger's a sandwich.
Also,
I mean-
Gadrius, I mean, are you saying you wouldn't have Mrs. Lovett's meat pies?
I think that is what he's implying.
It's priest. Have a little priest. All right.
Oh.
Whose
Is
turn
it any
is
good?
Totally
It's
worse.
priest.
I believe it's yours, Joe.
All right, so it's time to spin the dial.
Now
morality
the
check
clerk
that
is
turn.
really
dial.
forcing
That we shall
to
learn.
really-
Ah. Oh.
Depending on where that dial went, this is going to be fun. On a scale of John Wick's dog to John Wick,
Dang.
The answer is nope.
uh,
I mean,
Look, this could get real philosophical.
it's really philosophical of like,
depression.
The American dream.
Those
Aren't those the same thing?
It is for me.
I have to be really careful about this because this is being recorded on the internet.
Yes, it is, Joe. Please don't demonetize.
So I'm trying to think of what is the PC version of what I was going to say.
Let's keep real world assassination attempts to a question mark.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking. I'm trying to easy kill. Let's see.
Like,
I mean,
if they're like legendary set, you want to talk about Rasputin? Then sure, I'll.
see, the thing is, I've got answers for this, but they're sad. Like do I want to say that? It's gonna be sad.
I mean, look.
Okay, let's go with a bag of kittens.
Oh,
Oh, why?
that's
You know why?
so.
Well-
That is
But it's still two different answers, physically
Yeah.
or emotionally.
Yeah,
right.
I was just gonna say that. It's like that could really go either way depending on how you look at
Look
it.
at it.
I'm gonna let you decide.
I mean, for me,
I know which way I'm
Yeah,
saying.
yeah. It's
but
like for me, no way.
Scott's like, for me, easy all the way.
it's not happening.
Hold on, I'm just
No,
curious. I'm
it's-
just. I
Is
was
it gonna loop back around? it does. It does. Oh God.
It's like, for me, yes, I agree, Scott. For me, it's impossible. But, like, on average, it's not. I mean, they're kittens. They're not.
Again,
I mean,
I would argue. You say on average, but I would argue that on average, it's probably still this way because
Yeah.
most people have at least some morality, some kind of heart. It's like for
Should we go
some
with phil-
people,
I mean-
sure, it's gonna be.
I mean,
over
are we going the
here,
philosophical route here? Should I?
Is Joe going philosophical or is Joe going literal? Because if he's going literal, I mean, you huck a bag of kittens off the roof and there you go. But, like, that's horrible. It's horrible.
Yeah, it's like, and that's the problem. It's like physically extremely easy, emotionally very hard.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I have damning evidence. All of you have played Kitten in a Blender.
Dang.
But did we ever kill a stack of kittens in that?
Like in total,
yes.
absolutely.
Here's the thing. I think we put it here, and I'm okay missing the point. if he was going the other way.
Yeah.
I
think
go with
that-
that.
I
'Cause
think that this will be telling us more about him. Than about
Are you really willing to do this?
us. Yes.
All right.
I
Again, the idea was how easy it would be, like physically. I was not.
he was
Because,
thinking
yeah, like-
physical.
You didn't specify physically versus
Yep.
emotionally.
Correct. I
So-
did not because I wanted to see how you guys would react, and yeah.
Yep.
So
And look, for me, I was also like, based on the other questions, we've been going based on our group less than based on the world as a whole.
I mean, I wanted to say like a baby that you for sure would grow up to be like Hitler or something, but I decided that would be a little racy, and I'm like, maybe we better not go to killing actual babies. 'Cause I mean, killing kittens isn't that much better, but it feels a lot less. I don't know. I don't know, man.
It's all good, Joe.
take this as a
Okay.
controversial take, but I would feel more bad about saying I would kill a bunch of kittens than I would about killing Hitler.
I mean, point
Look,
taken.
There's a difference between Hitler and baby Hitler.
That's true too.
The
And
moral quandaries.
I didn't want people. I did not want to invoke Godwin's law here. I was not ready to have a debate
That's
on
fair.
that.
The moral quandary of would it be better to remove him from a household and try to raise him better? Go watch or read Boys from Brazil. That's an interesting idea on the subject.
Brave of you
boy.
to assume that I can read.
Boys from Brazil is obviously it's a fantasy novel, but the general concept is that a splinter cell of Nazis have been around for a very long time, and they managed to get a hold of a little bit of Hitler DNA, and they cloned Hitler, and then they were trying to recreate Hitler by putting him through the cloned babies through the exact same situation that young Adolf had gone through. Like straight up gave him single mother, put him in a poor household, tried to foster a love of art. And then the main character goes around to all of these different Hitlers to see if they are Hitler enough. And despite having the same nurture, they've all kind of grown up a little bit different. So it's like, ooh, that's an interesting take on the whole nature nurture thing. You know, just wrapped up in a Nazi package. It's a
So
real.
Scott, what's the book? What's
Yeah.
the,
Yeah, sorry.
thing? Yeah.
All right.
It's a good movie.
So, for this one, I think I'm going to say. And again, this could go very different depending on whether it's physical or philosophical.
Mm-hmm. On a scale of ugly to beautiful, killing a bag of kittens.
I'm gonna go with. Oh, that'd be too easy. Something else.
Queen Braun.
I mean, that's highly subjective, obviously. I'm gonna go with a full. That could be well. Problem is, so much about this is subjective, so it's like it really depends on perspective.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's your perspective. We have to glean into your mind.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's true. So yeah, you know what? So I'm gonna go with
On Scott's scale of ugly to beautiful.
a full marathon of playing all the Dragon Quest games.
Full marathon playing all the Dragon Quest games.
Yeah, from Scott's perspective, that's pretty good.
I'm trying to think if there's any that he doesn't like.
Honestly, I don't think there are. Like even the more difficult ones, like Dragon Quest 2, which is brutally difficult for random dumb reasons, is still enjoyable. Like especially once you know what you're doing.
And none
There's
of
just
the
a lot of artificial difficulty in that game that,
yeah.
you know.
And even if you're talking like physically, none of the like all of the games hold up well.
Yeah. I mean, like, Dragon Quest VI apparently was, like, kind of forgettable. And, like, again, the earlier Dragon Quest games had some random difficulty spikes, especially number 2. But, like, other than that, none of them are outright bad, and a lot of them are still hold up really well today.
I agree.
I still think 3 and 4 are gorgeous, even today. And, like, 7 is a long play, but it is so good.
And then 9 is one of the best multiplayer RPGs of all time.
Yeah.
So I'm good with this being over here.
And 11's amazing too. I still have not beaten 11. It's still on my list of things to complete, but, you know, Final Fantasy expansion came out, and I'm like, oh, gotta do that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
All
so
right.
final answer?
Yeah.
Hold on.
Oh.
Gotta go.
Okay. Hey, still.
Yeah, because
Got
overall, very good. It would be very exciting to just play all Dragon Quest all the time. But there are some small sour notes here and there. You know, it's not perfect, but there's
Alright.
no game that I entirely hate.
This
Hey,
just
this
in,
is
Scott
James.
hates all Dragon Quest because he doesn't want to completely marathon it all the time forever.
That's just not true.
On a scale of villain to hero.
Ooh, this is a fun one.
This is a fun one. And look where that dial landed, Lee.
You,
That's honestly...
So
there's an
depending on-
easy one for me.
It's an
depending
easy
on where it
one.
landed, he's like, so and so presenting me with X as a sandwich.
Yeah, I'll send you the one that I think is the easy answer.
It's just like it's Joe riding a bag of kittens. It's just
I think that's the easy one.
Okay,
Easy
that's not a bad one.
come up with a better one.
Not necessarily a better one. I want to come up with a different one. Like,
Yeah, this one is boring.
let me like I kind of want to do very specifically because of who we're playing with here.
Yeah, you have an opportunity here.
All right. I mean, yours is definitely more interesting than mine.
Cause right, like, yeah, but yeah, right?
Yeah, but yeah.
All right.
Oh, here's
'Cause-
another good one.
Because obviously, the other one would be on the other side of that.
I will be right back.
Okay.
There.
Another good one.
Yeah, that's another pretty good one.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
I'm gonna have to hear all these after you're done, but
I think I'm gonna go my route, but I guess that means I do have to make a determination between that one and that one. Right?
Yeah. There are arguments for either one.
Because of where the dial landed, I think the one that I say I think the one that I said first is going to lean further versus I think this one's closer to where it landed. Maybe.
Yeah, I feel like that's largely perspective based, but
I
I feel like
I
that
I
second
know.
one might be
My
a little too
I
to
know.
the other side.
It's tough. So maybe I just stick with my gut.
I think we got a lot of good answers that are all arguable, so I think just
Oh,
pick your favorite.
that true. You have an idea, Gadrius?
I want to hear it.
I think I'm gonna go with that, but I'm not gonna wait for Scott to come back. And I'm taking a chance. Hello, other fish. Yeah, Hoverfish, we're playing some,
Wavelength.
yeah. Yeah, those aren't bad either, Gadrius. Although I think your first one would lean even harder. I'm worried that the one that I'm gonna say is gonna be leaning, but I mostly just want to see a reaction on this too. So, because I'm admittedly targeting Scott a little harder on this one. I do want to hear Joe's opinion. I want to hear Scott and Joe debate this.
Oh, this was curious. All right,
All right,
let's hear it.
Scott. This is specifically because I need to hear you and Joe debate, and I'm I'm not apologizing. Zalbag Beowulf.
Oh no! When you
Take
said
off that
that you said
box.
I had a feeling it was gonna be a Final Fantasy Tactics character. I actually thought it might be Delita, because I know that's highly contentious. But Zelbag, oh boy,
He's definitely on the villain side of things.
see, here's
Yes.
the thing.
This is what I wanted.
It's tricky because it's a slippery slope. Because the thing about Zalbag is that he he's not really party to what Dysadarg was doing. And as soon as he finds out what Dysadarg was up to, he immediately turns on him and takes your side. And, like, there are
I
times
mean-
where he still acts
I
like.
can I can imagine how riveting this is for everyone watching who has never played Final Fantasy Tactics.
True.
Yeah.
I mean, you say that, but like he doesn't immediately. Like even when he's in on a lot of Dice Dark stuff. Remember, he was the one who ordered Algus or Argath to murder Teta. He is the one who did that.
That's
Just
true.
first thing. Secondly, when Dice Dark murdered Duke Larg, that wasn't when he turned. That was when he started looking into things and found out that Dice Dark had murdered their father, and that's when he turned. But he was fine with murdering the Duke.
You're not
So-
wrong. But
And
I
I
would
get
argue.
and
I
I
would
get
argue-
that he has standards more than a lot of the other villains do. But and which is why I'm not which is why I'm not doing like this. But he
Yeah,
ain't a good guy.
I hear what you're saying, and I don't completely disagree, but I would argue that both of those situations, which are pretty bad, there's a good explanation for both of them. The first one being that you have to remember that this is a time of a strong divide between the social castes and the whole, nobility versus the commoners, and he's He's a product of society.
Oh, so
as
it's
cliche as that sounds,
it's okay that he ordered Tetta's murder because she was
No.
just a rat.
it doesn't make it
She was in the
okay.
way. She never should have been there. Should have been selling flowers somewhere else.
Yes, but no. That's the problem, is that he's already been conditioned his entire life to believe that the common people are just beneath them and that that's just how it is. And so what he did wasn't a good thing, but it was in his mind
The
a
necessary
perfectly
thing.
natural thing to do. It was the thing that made more sense than any other possible outcome. Like, why should I care that this criminal is using this commoner as a meat shield? The criminal needs to pay for his crimes, so we just eliminate the problem. And it's not good by any measure, but it's just how his mind works. He's been conditioned to believe that that sort of thing is okay.
I would argue that being mentally conditioned by society, informed by society, doesn't make you less of a villain for doing the bad thing.
I mean, I'm not saying it makes him a hero. I'm just saying that there's a reason behind the nasty things that he's done. And similarly with him falling in behind Dysadarg with the assassination of Duke Larg, Dysadarg is his older brother, and family and the house name and everything that all comes first. Like, at the end of the day, him and Dysadarg were never technically of equal rank because Dysadarg was the eldest. He was the one leading the House Beolv, and Zalbag was just there to back him up.
Well, and then there's
And
of course
so,
there's also the argument, of course, that you know Duke Larg was wrong for the nation. So sure, assassination is awful, but if it's for the greater good,
and you can still tell that he wasn't exactly pleased about it. It wasn't like he himself took out the dagger and stabbed Luke on Dysadarg's command. It was he watched Dysadarg do a dirty thing and couldn't exactly stop him, and his instinct, everything he's been conditioned for, was to fall in line and follow along. But that was the tipping point where it made him really start to suspect that Dysadarg wasn't a good guy in all this, and that's why he hired the chemist to examine the grave, and he was listening in on Dysadarg and trying to find out what was really going on. And then that ultimately led to him joining your side and turning against his own elder brother and
James,
trying
I
to
think you
stop
made a
him.
critical mistake with picking this character.
oh, I think so too. But
Yeah.
I just wanted to hear the debate.
Yeah, but I'm still insisting that he's on the villain side, even though, like, yeah, he eventually does heel face turn for like the span of one fight, well, half of a fight, and then he kind of gets just like unceremoniously axed, and then he comes back as a zombie.
Yeah, for me,
great.
I would probably put it like here, where it's like I still agree that he's slightly toward the villain side, because like I said, those are not good things that he did. I agree, but there were good reasons for all of them in his mind, and he still tries to do the right thing in the end once he knows what's really going on. But I mean,
Yeah, I'm
you're
thinking right
probably
about
right.
there. We can agree on. So yeah, I'm ready. I'm good there.
Yeah.
Okay, I was over there, but
Oh, jeez.
Jeez.
Wow. Even I wasn't gonna put him over there.
Look, then I had other options.
So I want to hear the other options for that.
The super obvious one, I was like Batman, but that was boring. So then the second one I came up with was Zuko.
Ah, Zuko. Yeah, okay.
see,
Yeah, I would put Zuko.
my thing with Zuko is that I feel like Zuko is in a lot of ways similar to Zalbag.
Yeah.
Starts off pretty bad,
But then
But-
he changes his tune, and like a lot of the bad again comes from society. But in this case, I don't think his crimes were bad, but they weren't as severe as Zalbag. Like he didn't
Well.
outright murder anybody, and like he
And that's
definitely
fair.
had a like
Look, he
even
didn't murder Teta.
like he didn't even order anybody murdered. Like he even though he did some bad things, generally his moral compass was at least not skewed so heavily. Like he still didn't want innocents to hurt and was willing to abide by certain things. Like he had
Fair.
limits to how far he was willing to pursue the Avatar. So even when he was on the bad side, and you could argue that like he did still do bad things. He betrayed his uncle. He betrayed a couple other people. He did steal when he was on the road several times. But like he never did it like out of cruelty or spite. And it is the sort of thing where that weighed on him, and the weight of his crimes is what helped him transform in the third act. So, yeah.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I just in my mind, I feel like Zalbag is similar in a lot of ways, but just has the unfortunate difference of Zuko had 2 books of growth, whereas Zalbag did
was
not
like,
get the chance.
Yeah, he's like, I now understand what's really going on. I'm turning to the good side.
Yep. And then he dies before he gets to.
And it's like he didn't get a
anything.
chance to.
He didn't get to be a TG Sid where he goes from war hero, i.e., means he murdered many people, to I'm done with all of this.
Yeah. I mean, Lee Zalbag had the misfortune of, I'm finally going to do the great thing for my brother. Too bad my brother's already sold his soul and become a devil. So, you know.
I mostly
Things
just wanted to see
happens.
where I could get Scott to put the dial on that.
And I, again, like my whole thing with Zalbag is I want to put him on that side, but I do have to acknowledge that he does some pretty nasty stuff.
And you had mentioned at the beginning about you could have put Delita, and I was like, I thought about it, but I feel like Delita would have been further left than that.
I don't know where I put Delita. I don't know.
I know, right?
That's a trick.
Yeah.
Delita's a trickier one, I feel. Because Delita definitely started off on the good side, and then, like,
but again, as
doing bad things for the right
reasons.
Not
but
dark, but doing it for the greater good. So it's
it's very gray.
highly debatable, very contentious.
Definitely anti-hero at the very in a way. So
Is it for me? Vash the Gadry's Vash the Stampede was definitely further right, though.
Yeah.
Vampire Hunter D would have been a really good one.
wait, what?
Okay.
Yeah, on a scale of small to tiny.
I don't.
There's a difference.
This is an interesting one. What is... So I'm looking for something that is between small and tiny. But is more skewed towards either tiny or small. I'm gonna go with... Alright, since we're on the theme of video games...
How much money?
Little money.
And even less loyalty to the crown.
Okay, let's go with the original Game Boy cartridge. Go.
Okay.
An original Game Boy Game Pack cartridge.
I mean, that makes me want to do this.
I
Because
agree.
It's definitely not tiny, but then technically you consider that, like, it's still on the small/tiny spectrum, because if you compare it to, it was the first,
Of the handheld
well,
ones.
not the first, but one of the earliest handheld consoles, so it was very compact for the time.
Yeah, like you compare it to an NES cart.
Yeah.
It's much smaller. but it is the largest of all of the handheld cartridges.
Yeah, so it's like depending on where you're looking at it on the spectrum, it's like yes, it's much more compact than a non-mobile console, but then compared to all the other handhelds that came after it, it's thick boy.
Yeah, like you compare
you,
that
boy.
even to a Switch cartridge, and it's just like, yeah, no, that's small, and the Switch cartridge is tiny. So, yeah, I know. I'm
Right.
actually like in total agreement with you on that.
Yeah, because even all the way over here, it's like this is still small. It's not like we're saying it's big. We're just saying it's relatively speaking. It's just it's certainly not tiny.
Yeah.
It's just
Unless
it's small.
comparing it to, because of just the mental image, comparing it to other handheld cartridges, I literally don't think I can think of a handheld system that had larger cartridges.
All right, is this your final answer then?
I think so.
Yeah, either there
All
or
right.
maybe like up hip back that way. Just, but
You good?
yeah.
See, I
Okay.
I almost said Game Boy Advance cartridge, and I probably should have. It probably would have ended up more over here.
Yeah.
Okay, but still, yeah, same. We were in the right ballpark at least.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
we were on the right track.
The Game Gear might have had bigger. That's true. Oh, the Game Gear itself was bigger. Well,
Dry food, wet food.
perfect.
Remember making spaghetti, you gotta wet your dries, and then you gotta put your
Then you gotta
dries
dry the
on the wet.
wets.
You gotta dry the wets, and then you gotta heat up your wets to put your wets on your dries.
It's a whole
I was just looking at that and being like, "This is Scott trying to decide what to feed Meow."
That's
Admittedly,
Is it-
being a cat owner, that's the first thing I thought when I flipped over the card. It's like, yeah, there's dry food and wet food. And
That's
then I'm like,
true, yeah.
oh, they mean people food, which does have
Yeah.
a much wider range.
it. Doesn't have to be people food if you want to say.
Hey Scott, tomorrow's Tuna Tuesday.
It is.
Ooh, tuna
And I'm actually
Tuesday.
going to make myself some tuna chow mein.
Ooh.
Oh.
That sounds good.
Uh,
We made
Yeah,
we made tilapia tacos the other night, and it was so good. Just
let's see.
tilapia, lime juice, a little bit of chipotle sauce, red cabbage for crunch.
for crunch.
For the crunch.
Trying to think of a good thing for this.
Popeye's biscuit is dry. Toast is dry. Bread soaked up with gravy is wet. Yeah.
You also got to consider each component because you got biscuits and gravy where it's clearly wet, but parts of the biscuit are still dry, and you don't need to soak every part of the biscuit in gravy.
So it all depends on
So-
where the zone
Yeah.
wound up.
Yep.
And only
I
Scott
think I'm gonna
knows.
go with, and I'm gonna have to get a little specific about this.
I like it.
Okay.
A somewhat mediocre quality chicken tender with no accompaniment, no dipping sauce, nothing.
Okay.
That sounds pretty dry to me.
That's on the that's on the choice. But he said somewhat mediocre, so it's dry. But I don't think it's like it's not a bad chicken tender, right? Like,
But he also said no sauce.
he did say no sauce, so I think it's definitely on the like over in this area. If he had said like a crusty old chicken tender with no sauce and no beverage.
I'm gonna try one tick towards the right because I don't feel like
Yeah.
it's gonna be that dry.
Yeah, some. I think, oddly
I
enough, I
mean-
feel like somewhat is a strong word in this case.
and I also feel like it's chicken, which means it's gonna be meat.
Yeah,
All meat has some juice to it. even the least
Even the
quality
mediocre
chicken,
ones.
even the chicken nuggets you get from fucking McDonald's are gonna have some juice in the middle. Not a lot, but it's gonna be some. And the pink goo that they call white meat.
Yeah, I think I'm okay in that general vicinity.
Yep.
Okay, final answer.
Yeah.
Final answer.
Oh,
Ooh.
Lee
You were on the
understood.
right track.
Lee understood Scott's mind.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
I was like, how can I? Because it's like pretty much all the way toward dry, but not quite
Yeah,
all the
the
way.
center's
So
not
I was
quite.
trying to think,
Yeah.
like, there's so many things I could say that are just obviously dry. I could be like uncooked rice, or like, there's so many things that are obviously purely dry. But I was like, what can I come up with? This just got the slightest bit of moisture, but not very much. And a somewhat low quality chicken tender can be really dry, but it's still technically, it's meat. It's got a tiny bit of moisture.
It
Yeah.
was the Sahara. I felt it.
All right. So you know what? I'm just gonna piggyback off of Scott here, and I'm gonna be like a high quality, like Parmesan crusted chicken breast.
Ooh. I can reveal the.
Oh right. Hey, but
I mean, there's a place that we go for dinner every once in a while that I always get the Parmesan crusted chicken. And
Yeah,
it's very good.
I do the same thing. There's a pizzeria Uno's near where my store works, so we go there every now and again. That's my go-to meal is Parmesan crusted chicken parm on top of penne, and it's so good. Now you made me hungry for it.
I
Thanks.
say, look, Ilera, Scott's question was dry food to wet food, and mine was flavorless to flavorful. Like, what am I
Yeah.
What am I gonna do? I'm gonna be like, let's see, flavorless to flavorful. Final Fantasy VI, right? Like, there's some flavor in right now. I'm just gonna stick with the food. That's where my brain's at.
Yeah, I
Final
would
Fantasy
say
six. No. I'm just.
no.
How dare?
Wow.
But I think that because he specified it's a high quality Parmesan crusted chicken breast, I think that it's still fairly flavorful. But I agree that it's not super far because it's still ultimately a chicken breast, so it's not necessarily pumped full of spices or heavily marinated or anything like that. Like that, I can think of plenty of other foods that would rate as much more flavorful than a breaded chicken breast. So I agree that it's somewhere around here.
All right, is that where you guys are putting
Yep.
it?
Yeah, I'll put it there.
Well, bam. So,
Well, bam.
Like right on the edge.
but still good.
Living on the edge.
I will admit, maybe I've been a little on the bias side. Alea and I have been watching a lot of Disney Cruise Line videos, and everyone is talking about like the best thing on the ship is this chicken parm.
Like,
So that's just been in the mind of
well, I mean, and to answer Gadrius, yes, pineapple and bacon on pizza, absolutely.
yeah,
Yum.
absolutely.
I am a heathen.
Nah, that would be great. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Why?
Uh-oh.
Oh no! What am I gonna get? What
I
am I
feel
gonna
like we've
get?
already had a few.
Pineapple pizza.
Oh no!
Where'd it go, Joe?
Oh no! I'm in trouble.
Him saying "oh no" means that this is leaning hard one side or the other. Behave, Joe. Unless it's got to be controversial, in which case, be slightly have.
Oh boy! Oh boy!
Pin far right. Final answer.
He hasn't even said anything yet.
Yeah,
I haven't said anything yet.
I don't think he needs to. I feel confident in my answer.
I mean, it's pretty good.
How about the shift in Final Fantasy from turn-based to action-based is a good thing?
I don't change my answer from my previous answer.
Yeah, I feel like that's pretty
yeah.
controversial.
Yeah, I feel like we in particular have all been.
Yeah.
We've made our opinions known on this.
All right, is this your final answer?
Absolutely.
Yep. Spot on.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
And
Nothing more
that's
needs
why,
to be said.
And that's why Dragon Quest is the superior RPG series. I said it.
I gotta play
Damn.
more. I'm supposed to be playing Heavenly Bride right now, and I just got
It's like-
distracted.
Look, early Dragon Quest
God.
and Final Fantasy were both great. Lately, Final Fantasy is garbage. Dragon Quest is still great.
And scrap all that noise. Where's my remake to freaking
Vagrant
Lost
Story.
Odyssey?
Oh.
That too. Vagrant Story as well. Vagrant Story remake would be the best.
I would be so happy if they remade Vagrant Story.
I mean, with all the crazy stuff they're doing with like live action games, like it's a
No.
slam dunk.
It can wait. Lost Odyssey first.
Oh, I was
Lost-
so
Lost
sad. I
Odyssey was
read an
sweet.
article the other day where they were talking about a little known TRPG that's actually getting brought up to like the Switch and the PS4, PS5. But in the article, they mentioned that they were talking to, I forget which producer, but they were talking to someone at Square Enix that was just like, no, we very specifically have no plans whatsoever to do anything right now with Lost Odyssey, Blue Dragon, or Dragon Quest IX. And I was like, oh, you wound me so badly.
I like how they specifically went to what hurts you the most.
They did.
That
They
really-
very specifically said those games have no plans to be done anything with anytime soon. And I was like, I am in so much pain right now. I don't even care about the actual subject of the article anymore.
You're just like, I'm done reading now.
The trauma.
I
Because
just
those are all games that I would be so happy to see make a return. They were all
No.
great games.
9 on the
Not-
Switch would be so good.
I know.
Would.
But they
Look.
have very specifically said, no, we're not doing anything with Dragon Quest IX right now. Go away. I'm like,
Look.
why?
Not same company, but in a similar vein. It's not even. I don't even want it to be remade, remastered. Just release Mega Man Legends 3. I beg you.
Well, and that's my same thing with all three of those games I just mentioned. Lost Odyssey, Dragon Quest IX, and Blue Dragon. They just need to not be trapped on their native consoles. I don't care if you don't do anything to them. Just port them to a modern console. For the love of crap, I will buy them again just to have them on a modern console in their current state.
Yeah.
But it's worse for Mega Man Legends 3 because they canceled it right before it was ready to release it. They essentially have the game completed and never released it because they're just like, eh.
There was actually a
Why?
Game Boy Advance game that was just released. A Game Boy Advance game, like with the original cart and everything, that was just released for the first time because it was canceled like 20 years ago. And they were like, it wasn't the right time for it. And then they resurrected the project very recently. And they were like, all right, we're releasing it now. Still as a Game Boy Advance game
It's-
today.
Well, all right then.
It's weird.
So have fun with this, Scott, without getting political.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time figuring out what to do with this. It's between dictatorship and democracy.
The problem is it's hard to do this without including real world examples.
Yeah.
Trying to not do that.
I mean, it really depends on where the arrow went too, right? Like,
True.
If the arrow is full one side or the other, it becomes much easier. Anything in the middle is complicated.
And that's why part of me wants to just say,
you know,
and part of the problem is I'm not very politically savvy.
you're not.
It's not something I know much about, and
Fair.
I've never wanted to know much about it because it's all a bunch of nonsense to me. But this makes me want to say something that I feel like could be very wrong and maybe even very controversial. It probably will be very controversial because I know
Yeah.
it's a controversial subject, but I think that in this case, it's a good indication of where the dial is.
Go for
So
it.
I think I'm just gonna say it, and I'm probably gonna regret it,
Nah.
but I'm just gonna say socialism. Make of it what you will.
Okay.
I feel like socialism could like. I feel like socialism is on a different axis than dictatorship and democracy. I feel like you can have
It's
a democratic socialist part. You can have him be like democratic socialist, but he can also very easily be a dictator
well.
socialist. as
I
we've
will.
seen.
I will also say when you talk about a democratic socialist, there's one really, really, really well-known example of that, and that kind of went this way
Yeah, it did.
really hard.
Yes,
So-
it did. And that's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Like,
so
unfortunately, most of the
I think
socialist
yeah.
things did
I
tend
think
to go that way.
I think on paper there's a chance, but when you put people in and like things get ugly, and I'm okay just kind of leaving it here and letting the conversation go to the next card.
But I mean, I would also say that like Finland and Norway, especially,
Oh yeah,
and Sweden,
it can be done.
those are definitely go like this. Those go like this.
Yeah,
And that's
so-
why I'm like, it's on a different axis. But I think that most people,
and that
especially in
most
the U.S.,
people.
the problem is that
They're
most
gonna
people
put
in
it
the
there.
U.S. associate it with the dictatorships because those are what stand out in people's minds. Like,
Yeah.
oh, the stuff that happened in China and stuff, and
Yep.
people think of like the
You know,
Bolsheviks
and,
and all that stuff,
and the party.
yeah,
So I agree with all those. If we want to have a Ultra C After Dark and have a complicated political discussion someday, maybe we could do that. But I don't think today is that day.
yeah.
I think I'm
I
good
think-
with.
think
There is
it's-
the dial.
I think especially since Scott has also indicated, I think we can do this safely because Scott has indicated that he does not have political savvy.
Right, the nuanced
So-
political. So yeah.
Like, because I would never have said that because it's a different access to this. But
Oh, yeah.
I think because he said it,
Yeah, I think
he's going to
that
be thinking about it in this context, and I think that makes this safe.
correct. I think that on a broad spectrum with limited knowledge of politics, socialism is often seen as an opposite to democracy, and
Yeah.
just leave it at that.
Yes.
So I
right.
think that's.
Go for it. I'm good.
Oh, okay. So
Okay.
honestly,
it was actually I was playing off of like Joe said it right off the bat. He's
Yeah.
like it's on a different axis from democracy and
Yeah.
dictatorship.
It is.
And that's kind of where my brain was at.
Okay.
It gave me a dead center indicator.
yeah.
And I was like, well, socialism is kind of a totally different thing, independent of those types of government.
So that was actually a good
So-
answer then.
It is neither democracy or dictatorship in and of itself.
Okay. Then you're
So, yeah, that was
politically
good.
savvy that you gave yourself credit for.
All right.
So yeah,
Right then.
I really thought you were like, I don't know what this is, so I'm gonna go with that. And that's the indication you're giving. But you understood the subject enough.
Yeah, that was
yeah.
good. It was very, very
Yeah.
good, Scott. we
We
didn't trust enough.
Yeah. All right. Who's
Mainstream versus niche.
okay?
Well, I guess I'll just use a fairly modern example, and I'll say Critical Role.
Oh, that's a tricky one because Dungeons and Dragons uh, actual plays are like started becoming popular and are well known enough, but it's still a niche of like people playing Dungeons and Dragons. It's not something that the everyday person would watch, but it's also
Yeah.
brought D&D to the mainstream, and a lot of people watch it.
Yeah, this
But
one's tricky because it's very perspective oriented where it's like I don't even personally watch Critical Role, but as a gamer,
Yeah.
I feel as though it's mainstream because in gaming circles, I think most people at least know of Critical Role. It's a fairly popular, D&D group, and they even have like a whole thing made after them. So it's like, you know, from the perspective of a gamer, it's very mainstream, but it's also very niche in a broader perspective because, like you said, D&D isn't exactly something that most people, like anyone who's not a gamer, is not going to go on YouTube and look for Critical Role or D&D plays. Like that, it's kind of a niche market when you're looking at the larger picture. So I'm not sure. Although again, James has always been saying that he's looking at these things from the microcosm of us. And it's always like what is, we're trying to decipher what this is from his perspective, like this is what he thinks.
I will say Vox Machina is an extension of Critical Role to
Yeah.
answer someone's question on there.
And that's
Honestly,
what I meant by they have a whole thing made after them
yeah,
because it was made based on Critical Role's adventures.
and I have seen it. I think I'm going to say that the whole thing, because it is mainstream enough that people that like common people might have heard of it at least, if even if they haven't watched it, but it's niche enough that I think, and like it is mainstream enough that it's gotten people into the hobby. It's gotten a lot of people into the hobby, believe it or not. Because they see the show and it's like D&D movie or whatever. But I'm having a hard time. I feel like it's somewhere very near the middle.
Yeah,
But I'm
I
not sure whether I want it to lean niche or whether I want it to lean mainstream, and
I
that's
kind
kind
of
of where
want
I'm
it to
at.
be like over here. That's my thought process because, like I
Okay.
said, we're talking about like from our perspective is like as gamers, like from James's perspective, this is kind of a mainstream
Yeah.
thing. It would be niche if we were talking about the larger population as a whole
Yeah.
because only gamers are really going to be into it. But
And also, you figure he mentioned like if he was going to mention any actual play, he mentioned Critical Role specifically, which is probably
yeah,
the biggest one. If you went with something even more niche, like Dungeons and Daddies or like the Adventure Zone or something, then it would be like more niche. But because he mentioned like the big one that has again its own show on animated show like on Prime, then yeah, I would say yeah,
yeah.
you're probably correct in having it lean mainstream. Maybe even
And
like
I
one
yeah, I
click
was gonna say
maybe.
I actually even want to lean it farther. It's just you
I
were convincing me that
yeah,
you
I
wanted it
don't
to
want
be
to lean
farther the
it
other
any more
way.
than that, but I think that's okay.
Yeah, I would go a little farther than this, but I can agree that it's still not exactly highly mainstream, so this is
Yeah,
probably more correct.
and again, it's hard to gauge because like yeah, I see it on my feeds all the time, but the algorithm do what the algorithm do. It knows that it knows I like Dungeons and Dragons. It knows I do a lot of gaming, so I'm gonna see a lot of that pop up on my feed. But I know that people who are necessarily into gaming may not even come across it at all. But again, that's why I'm saying I'm good here. Final answer.
Final answer.
Final answer.
You guys, I mean, you guys were nailing it right
Yeah.
on there.
Yeah.
I,
There we go.
and as Joe said, I debated going one slightly less mainstream, but I was like, it's right on the line of which way was this going to end up going?
Yeah.
Nice.
And then at that point, I don't know, it's 9:59. I feel like it's probably a good time to call it.
Yeah, that's true. We can call
It's-
it there.
is the Mighty 959.
It's Mighty Number 9. We were talking about the good games.
Socialism.
Yep, perfect. It's like, who cares about Mega Man Legends 3? We had Mighty Number 9. God.
No.
Rightly?
No.
Cringes in pain.
Lee's no longer here.
He's already left. It's fine. So, all right.
All right.
That was a lot of fun. In the future, we're gonna do more. Hopefully, we can do more tabletop-y things. We got all sorts of games. If you guys like this, let us know, and we can do more. We got more socially type games like this where we can just kind of sit and chat like that. We have more strategic games if we want to get deep into stuff, and
Yeah.
there's a new Magic set coming out very, very soon, and I would not be opposed to doing some drafting of that once it does.
Maybe when Blue Burrow comes out, we do like a draft on this.
Mm-hmm. I've got it ready to go as soon as it's all spoilered.
Wow, that table just
That table didn't flip. It just
got
fell
ripped
apart.
pieces.
Yeah, it did.
And then goodbye, table. That was
Weird.
unsatisfying. Huh.
Also, the Britain and French flags are still on here.
Hold on.
Sorry, the Brit-USA flag.
Hold on.
Because it's...
I just gotta quickly because it clearly didn't. It wasn't good enough. Hold on. I need a real table flip here.
Oh, that's like that first one it gave me. I was like, I'm so confused.
Perfect. Just gotta get mad at it and just flip it. Just meh.
Go for it.
Just flip the table in rage. All right. Oh, there it goes. Goodbye, table. Bleh. It really does just collapse. Anyway, that was fun. Thanks for all coming out, and we will see you guys next time. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.